Fight, 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 fight.
Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law Explaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small, actually criminal law firm in central Minnesota. How are we doing, chat? How are we doing? Whoa, we open up the show with 5 gifted memberships from Angel, Australia. Thank you, Angel. I really appreciate that. That's awesome. Oh my gosh. Guys, today we have a little bit of a show. I was trying to figure out what to do. And I was like, I like talking about speech. Speech is a really interesting thing in law. The limits of it are interesting, of course. And someone tried to impose a limit on me. And it cost me like a lot of time and money and energy and attention and all that stuff. A whole bunch of stuff happened because of it. Very cool. Don't oversell it. Some people are like, it's responsible for everything. It isn't. But that being said, it was a big thing, big time and attention sink for a long time. And that's Montigraph's lawsuit against me, of course, is what we're talking about. And the suit went on for so long that when the lawsuit started, there was no anti-SLAPP in Minnesota. But by the time the lawsuit ended, there was. And the anti-SLAPP has some interesting quirks to it. It's actually got an internal problem. And with it, which might have applied to us, might have affected us. But in the end, it doesn't matter, right? We ended up pulled the anti-SLAPP motion because filing the anti-SLAPP motion caused a conflict, even though it was agreed to, which is kind of weird. And so we pulled the anti-SLAPP motion for now. Or, well, for then. It's not now. This case is over. That's the important thing. This case is withdrawn. It's pulled. It's done. But we had filed an anti-SLAPP. We did end up withdrawing the anti-SLAPP because it caused a conflict. And as part of that, they wanted to actually complete discovery. The anti-SLAPP stops discovery straight out. So they said they wanted to complete discovery. They asked for an extension on discovery, and we gave it to them, and we gave them discovery. And then when we asked for discovery, as we discussed the other day, they quit. They quit. But that being said, they faced this motion, and I want to go through it. I want to go through it because 2 reasons. One, they faced it as an anti-SLAPP. And I know there's a bunch of people who are going to be out there and they're going to say, oh, the anti-SLAPP doesn't apply because of this one section of the law. Maybe we can talk about that really quickly. Because that section of the law is actually in conflict with another section of the law. And it makes it very confusing. And it'll have to be resolved by a higher court. But that said, even if they didn't face this as an anti-SLAPP, what they would do is have to face it as summary judgment. Because what the anti-SLAPP does is 2 things. The main benefits of the anti-SLAPP in Minnesota is, 1, it stays discovery. So it stops the case in its tracks, and it gives you an automatic appeal if you lose. So an automatic interlocutory appeal. So very important, that feature. The other thing it does is an automatic fee shifting. If you file an anti-SLAPP motion and you win it, the other person pays your fees. If you lose it, you pay their fees. So it's a pretty big deal. It's a pretty big deal. And this is, but sorry, it's a pretty big deal. However, if you don't have it, you actually just basically have a summary judgment motion. And in Minnesota, the anti-SLAPP is examined as if it were a summary judgment motion. So in our case, we were in this weird limbo just because of how the case has progressed and the fact that it didn't exist prior to the case being filed. So for us, it was an anti-SLAPP motion, and the two benefits are staying discovery and the fee shifting. Well, they complained about staying discovery and tried to make a fight out of it. So that's why we withdrew. So we would lose that benefit one way or another. The fee shifting would be the main thing. Now, fee shifting is available on a summary judgment win, but it's discretionary to the judge, as opposed to mandatory like it is under the anti-SLAPP statute. Okay. So they faced the same issue no matter if the anti-SLAPP applies or not. And that's the main thing here. I'm not actually trying to get into a legal argument over whether or not the anti-SLAPP would apply in my case. There's a section that says it wouldn't. There's a section that says it should. And then there's the agreement made between the attorneys, in which they agreed to extend the timeline for filing an anti-SLAPP, which means they tacitly are agreeing to the filing of the anti-SLAPP. Because if you're agreeing to extend a timeline, but not agreeing to the principle that exists, like if you agree to extend the filing timeline, but you don't agree to the filing being filed, then you haven't actually agreed to the extension of the timeline. So this all happened behind the scenes. No one's really aware of it, and it doesn't really matter. All right. I just am bringing this up and trying to head off the arguments about whether or not the anti-SLAPP itself would apply. Ignore that it's an anti-SLAPP and just look at it like a summary judgment motion if you want to, because the legal issues involved are the exact same. The analysis is the exact same. Suzanne, yes, I actually won against Monty. Montigraph is claiming victory. And his version of victory is that he sued me and then he quit the lawsuit. And so he won, is what he said, which is a weird way to say like you won the lawsuit. It actually almost implies that maybe you filed the lawsuit for a different purpose than achieving the legal victory that the lawsuit is intended. And I wouldn't personally admit stuff like that in public. Like I wouldn't admit in public that you're trying to drain someone's money or you're trying to cause them mental stress with a lawsuit, because that's not something courts enjoy. They don't like that. They don't like that. It was funny watching a bunch of people online like enjoy a frivolous lawsuit and say this is good. This is a good thing. But you know, that's what it is. Here's the deal. We're going to go through this document. It is a memorandum of law in support of a motion for expedited relief to dismiss pursuant to Minnesota's anti-SLAPP law. But again, ignore the anti-SLAPP part of it, because the bickering and bitching back and forth over whether or not anti-SLAPP applied here was unresolved. And just look at it as a summary judgment motion, because that's what would be presented if the anti-SLAPP was not valid. We just change it to a summary judgment motion and move on. Hi, Rita. How are you? Megalonics. Yes. I'm going to talk about that probably right before we actually get into the Montigraph thing, because that's a big news story that just popped right after I set up the show. Is the first time I saw it. That doesn't mean it's the first time it came out, but it's the first time I saw it as breaking news. And so we'll talk about that. Trump on the Epstein grand jury testimony. So we'll do that in a second. But I wanted to lay out that we're going to talk about the Montigraph stuff and why. So when you're doing a defamation case, you know, any tort, any civil tort, you typically have to prove damages. at some point. You either have to prove them as part of the elements of the allegation, or you have to prove them to collect. Because courts make things right in theory. So if you're saying you're damaged, you have to say how much, so the court knows how much to repair you, economically speaking. That being said, the way damages work in a defamation case is a question of reputation. It's reputational harm. Reputational harm has an economic value to it. It has, you can repair a reputation in theory by hiring like a PR company, by trying to figure out how to do this is really complicated and requires some expertise. But you can hire a reputation repair company. Like there are places that go in and they'll flood the internet with positive articles about you, for example, or they'll do something to eliminate negative content, or they'll go out and go after accounts. Like you can hire people to do this, and it has a cost to it. So that cost would be an economic impact. The other types of reputational harm that the court can compensate directly with money are simple. Like if you had a business contract worth $100,000 and they're like, no, you did this, or I heard this about you from this source. And they're like, okay, well, that shows that you just cost them $100,000. So that, that makes it a easy economic damage argument that way. It's actually much messier, but that's the basic premise behind it. With defamation, it's all about reputation. And so the damages tend to come in reputational damages or lost income opportunities, things like that. One of the ways to fight against, to defend against a defamation cause of action is to show that their reputation was sufficiently bad that the person that the defendant couldn't have caused the damage that they're claiming, for example. One of the things Montigraph never, ever did was produce anything related to damage. He just said he was damaged. He didn't say how. He didn't say how much. He didn't say why. He claimed that there was some mental damage, like mental anguish or something like that, and stress and all of those things. But there was no actual production about the economic value of that. You have, like, if you're claiming mental health damages, you have to talk about maybe mental health treatment or something else to show how much that damage costs. Like, what did it cost you? And we never ever got that. So we have to just kind of guess at what Montigraph was going to claim, but it doesn't really matter, right? What we're going to do, though, is go through the anti-SLAPP motion, or summary judgment motion, as it were, if you will, and we will kind of analyze. We'll analyze his reputation, so to speak. Holy cats, I'm tired. I've had a long day, long 2 days. And I have to get up early tomorrow, so we'll see how long we go tonight. After Montigraph, we are going to cook with Kurt. We got to finish the cooking with Kurt video that we started. So that's going to be there. All right. So I want to make sure everybody knows that's the agenda. Those are the main two items on the menu: Montigraph, cooking with Kurt. But we're going to talk about this Trump Epstein stuff real quick beforehand. First, Queefer HRO on NLO's Toterland says only pussies settle, right? Hashtag Arinzafag. Arinzafag. I don't know the proper pronunciation of that arrangement of letters. Yeah, apparently. However, it's important to note, I didn't settle. Settlement is something that is negotiated out and then presented to the court. That is a settlement. We didn't have a settlement negotiation. They asked permission to withdraw, and we granted them permission to withdraw. A settlement negotiation would have involved some sort of exchange of promises. A settlement is a contract in lieu of a lawsuit. We didn't have that. They're two different things. So again, like there's this weird cope out there. There's this weird cope out there that that Montigraph won some sort of settlement, but there wasn't one at all. So just to clarify that. One other thing we need to talk about real quick is getting everybody kind of who wants to contribute to the show. You don't have to, obviously. You never have had to contribute to the show. And I don't like making any sort of like weird begging sessions or anything else out of it. You certainly can just you're appreciated being here watching the show. If you like it, please click the like button. It really does help. Like, it helps a ton. If you want to contribute via super chat, for example, like Queefer Stoderlin did, you may want to consider using super tips, which are pinned in both chats on YouTube and Rumble. It is an alternative to super chats, and super tips allow you to use these AI voices as participation in the show, like this one.
In the world of the tubes is Vanessa, a skank who lets anyone fuck her. Sloppy seconds are many. She'd suck Kurt's dick for a penny, but Kurt wants babies. Vanessa is pushing 80. She looks nothing like her profile pic in real life. I've seen her, and fuck, it ain't nice. But don't worry, Vanessa. With a bag over your head, I'll still take you. Love, JT.
Wow, that was wildly personal. That was wildly personal. I don't know anything about who is Vanessa V. I think that's who they're referring to, maybe, but I don't know. Holy shit. So anyway, that's apparently about an 80-year-old woman who is trying to find herself a micropene, and and someone talking about, I don't know, the ramifications or whatever of that. That was out there, man. Holy shit. So those are super tips. There's a bunch of voices. That was Ronnie O'Neill the third. Ronnie O'Neill was, of course, the man accused falsely of killing his wife and daughter in the state of Florida, when actually what he was doing was axing the demons out of them. It's like hard to even make a joke about that. It was so fucking horrifying. But then he went on to defend himself, which, of course, that's what actually is his claim to fame. It's wild because he commits this heinous crime. But he goes on to defend himself, and everybody's like, look at this guy screaming at the jury. We love him. He kind of sucks, though. He's like kind of a murderer. But that said, the evidence will show that Nick has AIDS, apparently. I do have AIDS. I got that. Oh my gosh. Chief Danier says free speech is under attack. Payment processor companies are going after Steam and forcing Steam to ban games. You've seen this yet? I've not seen it, but I've been talking about that subject for years. How payment processor companies are they're the actual most dangerous person in the in the transactional flow. Yeah, they're the most dangerous person in the transactional flow because they actually control the movement of money from A to B. And if you can't move money from A to B, it doesn't matter how much money you have. I talked about this pretty extensively several years ago, and in my predictions, and we'll see how they turn out. I even went, like, I would argue with people in the chat because they would say, no, cash is king or Bitcoin or whatever. And the problem is that those things are king and they're not regulable, really. I mean, they could regulate Bitcoin, but it's kind of tough just because of the nature of how it works out. And there's a bunch of problems with it that I don't really understand because I don't understand blockchain stuff at the level beyond its existence. But that's fine because neither does your grocer, right? Your grocer doesn't do that. The grocery store just uses the Visa or Discover, or American Express, MasterCard payment processing system that exists. And those companies already process, Bitcoin and Ethereum and stuff like that. They process blockchain payments at the point of sale. They already have a patent on it. They've had it for years now. And so the moment that it becomes, I guess, economically viable to add blockchain payment processing to every vendor out there, because coins become ubiquitous enough that people are using them in regular everyday transactions, and we're getting closer and closer, right? They have blockchain ATMs and shit like that. So once they actually are ready to do that, the companies that are going to do that are the same companies that already process all the payments that you make. And so it won't matter. It won't matter if you're using Bitcoin, won't matter if you're using Ethereum. And I believe that eventually it won't matter if you're trying to use cash, because what I believe will happen is I believe that the payment processing companies will use some system, and they can just do this by forcing, for example, the vendor, the point of sale vendor, maybe it's a grocery store, it's Target, it's Walmart, whoever, to scan your social media to allow them to allow you to make a purchase. And they can check maybe back your last 30 days on Twitter and Facebook. Like, you just put your phone on a thing, you'll have to consent to it, or else you won't be able to make the purchase. And if the store owners don't want to do that and they don't want to allow that system, then eventually the payment processors will just not process the payments of the store. And then the store goes out of business because they can't do anything. I mean, you can try and operate on cash, but in today's world, it's pretty hard. Most people don't carry that much cash. So anyway, yes, I've talked about it for a long time. Payment processors are the pressure generators in this chain of transactions, and they hold so much power that eventually governments are going to have to step in and regulate them. The scary thing is I don't know that they can or will be willing. What's up, Jim Tells You viewers? Thank you for the raid, Jim. It's nice to see you here. Queever HLO on NLOs, or HRO on NLO. Stoderlin says, I was talking about Toe. Who cares about Montifag? No, I know who you were talking about. Yeah, he's made statements like only pussies settle, etc., and then settled in his criminal case, or made a plea agreement. He talked about bending the knee to government and all this weird stuff. Dude's a weirdo. The main thing you have to realize about him is that reality doesn't exist beyond the actual moment that words are falling out of his mouth. There's no other reality for him. The past doesn't matter. The future doesn't matter. All of those facts are bent in his mind like an auto gravity into whatever he wants it to be right now. And he will just change stuff. He'll completely modify facts. He'll tell a story about someone else and supplant them in the story with himself. He's a weird guy. Very strange. Very strange. For those of you keeping track on that, my HRO hearing is on the 23rd, 30 minutes after Patrick Melton's. If you don't know what I'm talking about, that's for the best. That's for the best. A weirdo took out a restraining order on me, and I have to go in and fight it. And I will fight it vigorously. And then we'll see what the judge does, because that's all you can really do in these things. So, okay. Who did the Glarer interview today? What's up, man? Nice to see you in chat. Okay. Let's do this story real quick, because the story is developing. And then we will go. Read the full article. I'd like to. It's from The Hill. Not a good publication. Not a good hill. More like a bump. But not the good kind. You know what I mean? All right, here we go. Check this out, guys. So, as you know, right, the Epstein list was in existence, and then was not in existence. It was they were there, they were on Pam Bondi's desk, and then they didn't exist anymore. No one's ever seen it. Ever. They just vanished. And it's very unpopular, right? Trump is taking an absolute beating. Elon Musk has gone after him very hard on this. His supporters are trying to hold him to account. The MAGA community in general is in open revolt against Trump. It's very bad. And so now we have this happening today. And this, I mean, like, I don't know. This is like trying to plug, I don't know what gaping wound you try to plug with your finger, but it's bigger than a finger and you got to put a finger in it and it doesn't help. That's the analogy. It's a good one. I know. It's like chopping an arm off, right? And like trying to just hold the stump and be like, no, this is going to be okay. I can stop the bleeding with my hand. No, you can't. Not a chance. So he has directed Bondi to release relevant grand jury transcripts in the Epstein case. Now, this also comes on the heels of a different Trump Epstein story about Epstein's 50th birthday and how apparently these bawdy letters were sent to Epstein by Trump and several other people. I think people are overblowing this one. The bawdy letter thing sounds like just a funny 50th birthday gag. Oh, wait a minute. Speaking of, holy crap. From Patrick Melton, $550. This is a Bitcoin. That's a Bitcoin? I thought they were worth way more than that. Way more than that. Of course, this is money that Patrick Melton owed me in the past. And it makes him, though, like the biggest donor ever. It's pretty crazy. What's up, Melton? Thank you so much. This is, of course, this is the super tip system if you use it without the voices. You can just send a super chat. The big benefit of this, guys, is all about the creators that you're supporting. And this is why super tips is awesome. Melton is, kind of like the creator developer of super tips. This is why it's an important thing. Okay. YouTube takes 30%. Apple takes another 30% on top of that. So if you send a super chat from an Apple device, that's $10. The creator only gets, I think it's $5.10. I think $4.90 is the math because it's 30% and then another 30%. I think $4.90 gets taken in fees. And so they get $5.10 out of a $10 super tip from an Apple device. If you send it from a Google device or a PC, that doesn't happen the same way. You only take the 30% off. So if you're sending $10, the creator gets $7. And then Google takes $3 out of that. All right. Super tips only takes 10%. It's an astronomical difference. I know it doesn't sound like much, but for us, for the creator who's receiving the funds, it's an astronomical difference to actually have that 10% or to have that 20% boost from every single super chat or super tip. So if you want to use, if you want to contribute to the show, if you want to participate in it, or if you just want to send in a chat or whatever, you can send in a text only chat, just like a super chat. But I get, I take more of the money. Google takes less of the money. Google doesn't get any. Super tips only takes 10%. And also we get paid right away. We get paid like the same day. So that's really awesome. As opposed to YouTube where we have to wait like a month and a half to get paid. So it's a great system. I really appreciate it. Melton's development of it has been fantastic and it's wonderful. So this is we have another one here from Cheryl Fodel. Says, woke up to go pee. I'm old. Me too. I picked up my phone and there you were. I'm going back to sleep. I'll watch as a morning rewatch crew. So happy to hear the good news from the beginning of the show. Hey, thank you, Cheryl. Enjoy your urination and then enjoy your sleep. Man, I felt old the other day. 1 second. Patrick Melton again Says the 50 was to cover the the take from Super Tip on the 500. This $5 is to cover it on the $50. Are we caught up? No, I think you need another 50 cents, 55 cents, right? That'll do. That'll do, Patrick. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, good sir. Always a pleasure doing business with you. Okay, that being said, let's get that off of there. And we can go back to this news story. But we have, where were we? Trump sent Jeffrey Epstein a letter for his 50th birthday party, for his 50th birthday, apparently. And it looked like one of those things like, hey, you know, it's so-and-so's 50th, and we're all doing this gag. So he wrote this body letter. I don't know if that's true. That's just that's a smell test for me, right? 50th birthdays always have some goofy gag around them. Not always, but a lot of times have a goofy gag around them, and they get a bunch of people to do the same thing, and it's all in the same theme. Well, we all know what Epstein liked, right? Everybody gets it. Epstein liked ass, man. This dude was putting it down way too often. Ghislaine Maxwell, I think, said that she would have sex with him like 3 times a day. I'm pretty sure. And that's in addition to like all the minors that he was, that he was horrifically trafficking. Like this dude was an out and out sex addict in the truest sense. Like he needed to be having sex constantly, which I've never met anyone like. I've joked about stuff like that, but I've never actually met anybody with that like deep level of sexual addiction. And also like, you know, he has the resources to make it happen. He had the money, he had the exclusive place, and he had, because of having the amount of money that he had, he could, you know, set aside significant amounts of time to just devote to sexual activity. It's wild to even consider what we've heard about Jeffrey Epstein. All right. And it's important to remember that he's a monster. He's an absolute monster. I'm glad he's dead. Like, good. Fuck off, weirdo. That being said, prior to all the criminal accusations, apparently this, Trump wrote this letter. So there's bad press right now about Trump and Epstein. There's a lot of rumors that Trump is on the list. The rumors about his affiliation or his affinity for Epstein are growing and out there. And then we get to this, which is release the transcript. So President Trump on Thursday said he was directing Attorney General Pam Bondi to release relevant grand jury testimony in the case of sex predator and disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein, a move that comes after his supporters for days pressed the government to produce more information in the case. The Glarer with a super chat, thank you, says, keep rocking this shit. Thanks, man. I really appreciate it. I'll have to check out, I don't know who you interviewed. I missed the answer in the chat. I'll watch for it this time. But I'll have to check out your interview. Someone said it was really good. I think Nicola said it was really good. So I will have to check it out. Some guy says, Nick, read the entire article. It doesn't sound like Trump in the slightest. They don't provide a single image of the letter. And the alleged image just says Donald. How many Donalds are out there? Plenty. Like, look, importantly, I don't know. I'm not making the assertion that it is Trump who sent the letter. I'm just saying, like, if it is, it still has that air of like, this is a gag. But the other thing is, you're right. Like, and yes, I know it doesn't sound like him. I've heard that from a couple people already, and that's great. I don't care if it's him or not. There's bad press about it right now. Like, it doesn't matter if the press is true in the sense of Trump is in a bit of a PR crisis with his base. That's the main thing that's the only reason that I like even care about the letter article. Because even if it is Trump, we'll go check it out. It doesn't bother me at all. Like sending a bawdy letter, like, oh no, not a bawdy letter. Like, what are we going to do? He said some dirty stuff. This is the man who told Billy Butch, yeah, you just go up and grab them by the pussy. They just love it. They love it. They just love being grabbed, picked up like a 6-pack. Really, like you could just take them, carry them around. This is Trump. We know he's like this. We know we know he is willing to engage in a little bit of filthy talk, like a lot of guys are. Like, who cares? That doesn't bother me at all. It didn't grab him by the pussy. You just go up and grab it. It's just waiting right there for you. Like, that never bothered me. I was like, that's funny. Like, I don't think Trump is walking up and sexually assaulting women. I really don't. What that line was about, and he's talking to Billy Bush in the affirmative, as if, you understand this, you know how it works. You know it does. I know you've done it. I can see your fingers and smell them. They're a little wrinkly. Like, he can, you know that what he's doing is he's saying, you're a celebrity, like you're a Bush, you're a celebrity. You could just walk up to women and they will treat you like you could just do whatever you want. And that's what Trump was saying about himself. And he's relating to someone. He wasn't saying you could just go up and literally sexually assault women. You'll never convince me of that because it's just silly. But what isn't silly is saying you're rich, you're powerful, you're noticeable, you're a celebrity of some sort, you've got enough intrigue, you can just walk up and do it. Because they can. Not to every woman that exists, of course, but there's a sufficient number of women that they can just walk up and do that to. And it's a lot of them will be presented. I shouldn't say presented to them. That sounds grosser than it is, but they'll be present where they're going. Like if there's an event, like some sort of party or gala or whatever, those women will be there. Those women are interested in people like Trump or people like Billy Bush or any other celebrity on the planet, and they will be there. And so then he's just relating a story, but the way he said it was bawdy. Like, we know Trump can engage in that, but it doesn't mean that anything nefarious happens. And I don't care about any letter he supposedly wrote to Jeffrey Epstein for his 50th birthday. Like, it doesn't bother me if it's even him. I don't know if it's him, but he's got bad press right now. And so he's like, release the Epstein transcripts. But hold on one second. We have another super chat that came in from MLS, who says, Nick, tell Nicola to check her Discord messages. Okay, wait, this is weird. Now I'm a courier.
Fuck it. Let's fucking go. $5,000 goal for today. Mwahahaha.
Holy shit. Thank you, Angel. Angel Australia dropping $50 on a super tip. I appreciate that. I assume you guys can hear that. That was the voice of Megan Fox as well. There are plenty of other voices that you can play with. Let's see. Some guy says for the reply and agreed. That's fair, lol. Thank you. Yeah, you're welcome. But yes, MLS he's like, I need you to deliver a message right now. I'm too busy to do it myself. I need Nicola to check her Discord right now. So Nicola, get on it. Get on checking your Discord messages. Apparently, maybe from MLS, maybe just in general, check your Discord messages. Have you thought about that? Have you even considered doing it? All right. So back to this article. Based on the ridiculous amount of publicity given to Jeffrey Epstein, I have asked Attorney General Pam Bondi to produce any and all pertinent grand jury testimony, subject to, of course, court approval. This scam perpetrated, probably perpetrated too. There's a lot of perpetrators on the Democrat side. Perpetuated by the Democrats should end right now. Trump posted on Truth Social. President Trump, this is Pam Bondi. This definitely wasn't an organized back and forth. We are ready to move the court tomorrow to unseal the grand jury transcripts. Bondi posted on X. Many Trump supporters have pushed for additional disclosures after the FBI and Justice Department last week stated Epstein did not have a client list and that his 2019 death at his New York City jail was a suicide. He definitely did that front flip right off the edge of the bed, right off. It was beautiful, wonderful front flip. Haven't seen it since the Russian girls had to be over 18 or whatever. He did the jumps. He did the flips. He didn't stick the landing. Kind of choked at the end. So that was great. Great and terrible at the same time. Yeah, so people are mad because they put out the jail cell, like the watch the jail door for 10 hours and nothing happens video, as if anybody believes that that's the real video. I don't even care. And I'm like, so that video is doctored out of its fucking mind. Like it's probably not even the same day. They just throw the time code on there. I don't know. I don't know what they did to it. It doesn't really matter to me. That is the least convincing shit on the planet. And I don't even give a shit.
You have Get Cooked in your title. Does that mean we're watching more cooking streams at the end? I need more ideas, man.
Yes. Yes, we are going to finish cooking with Kurt. The cracked chicken or craft chicken. I still don't know what he said. We're going to finish the cracked chicken video. Okay, so back to this. A number of prominent Trump supporters have for years pushed conspiracy theories about Epstein's death and claims that a client list would reveal ties between Epstein and prominent Democrats. Yeah. Here's my question. I don't know what anybody's saying about the client list. I really don't. Are they just lawyering the paperwork that they have, right? The documentation that they have. They're like, oh, it's not a client list. It's a set of airline manifests or, like something like that. It's a boat passenger manifest from getting from Florida down to his island. Like, who knows what it is? Is that what they're doing? Are they just lawyering this? Because Pam Bondi's like, oh, it's on my desk right now. We just need to review it. It's like, oh, no, wait. Actually, it turns out that was wrong. We don't have one. Is it just because it's not a client list? Is it an associate list? Is it a transaction list? Like, is there a ledger of some sort that is, that's not a client list per se, but it is some sort of list of things of people who might be considered clients, associates, or affiliates? Like, I'm kind of wondering if that's what they're doing, if they're playing a word game. If they are, I think they're playing a dangerous one in the PR realm. But Trump doesn't need a ton of PR. He doesn't need to get reelected, right? But what he does need PR for is to keep the strength between behind his sledgehammer swings on policy. All right. So Epstein, go back to this. Epstein, accused in several cases of sex trafficking young girls, ran in high-powered circles with figures that include Trump, former President Bill Clinton, Britain's Prince Andrew, and several other celebrities and ultra-wealthy individuals. Epstein's associate, Ghislaine Maxwell, has been convicted of sex trafficking. Is she in jail? Like, she's got to be in jail, like in prison forever, right? Like, she can't get out. How long is she in prison? Let's see. Ghislaine. I can't believe her name is Ghislaine. How could that actually, like, it's too funny. Sentence. AI mode. See what the AI mode says. Sentenced 20 years in prison for a role in conspiring with Epstein. Currently serving her sentence in a federal prison in Florida. Hopefully it's humid there. She's appealed her conviction, arguing that a non-prosecution agreement made with Epstein in 2007 should have protected her. However, this agreement has been rejected by lower courts, and the Department of Justice has urged the Supreme Court to deny her appeal. Okay. 20 years. That's it? That's not enough. That's not fucking enough. How about forever? You're trying, like, she went and found young underage girls to be trafficked on an island in the middle of the ocean where they would have no ability to contact anybody, where they would have no ability to get back to anywhere at all without the assistance of their abusers. How do they, like, sentencing in this country is so fucked up. She gets 20 years. Why not forever? Why not? Like, what reason does she have to come back to society? Like, why should we do that? I can't figure that out. Anyway, Trump has in recent days, expressed frustration with the ongoing focus on the Epstein case among even some of his strong supporters. He's admonished what he has called weaklings and foolish Republicans. Weaklings, very weak. Foolish Republicans for giving too much attention to the Epstein case, claiming some of his supporters had been duped by Democrats into giving the story oxygen. Bondi has also come under fire from some Trump supporters who argued she had overpromised and underdelivered on producing documents connecting the Epstein case. Well, that's inarguable. She definitely overpromised and underdelivered. The president's directive came around the same time, the lines calling for, but not legally requiring the release of some information related to the Epstein files. Angel Australia, with 31 months as a member, says, just saying again, great to have you back, Nick. Hey, great to be back. Thank you. Thank you so much. It is unclear when GOP leadership plans to stage a floor vote on the Epstein measure. Trump's announcement also came hours after the Wall Street Journal published a report detailing an alleged letter Trump wrote to Epstein for his 50th birthday in 2003. The letter, which Trump denied writing, featured several lines of text framed by the outline of a naked woman, the Journal reported. We'll read the Wall Street Journal article too real quick, and maybe we'll do it in podcaster voice. The letter to Epstein concluded, "Happy birthday. May every day be another wonderful secret," according to the Journal. The president late Thursday said he would sue the Wall Street Journal over the article. Awesome. And Trump allies quickly rallied to attack the publication and the credibility of the story. Let's take a look. Yeah, people are pissed about this thing. Again, I don't care if Trump wrote this guy a letter. It just doesn't, to me, a body letter for a 50th birthday doesn't sell me anything. They're going to have to do way better. Okay, hold on. I have to archive this real quick. Oh my gosh, how much verification do I need to do? No, there it is. All right. Jeffrey Epstein's friend sent him body letters for a 50th birthday album. One was from Donald Trump. The leather-bound book was compiled by Ghislaine Maxwell. The president says the letter is a fake thing. It's not real. One of the funny things about Trump is his ability to just say, nope, didn't happen. Not even close. It was Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday, and Ghislaine Maxwell was preparing a special gift to mark the occasion. She turned to Epstein's family and friends. One of them was Donald Trump. Maxwell collected letters from Trump and dozens of Epstein's other associates for a 2003 birthday album, according to documents reviewed by the Wall Street Journal. Pages from the leather-bound album, assembled before Epstein was first arrested in 2006, are among the documents examined by Justice Department officials who investigated Epstein and Maxwell years ago, according to people who have reviewed the pages. It's unclear if any of the pages are part of the Trump administration's recent review. The president's past relationship with Epstein is at a sensitive moment. The Justice Department documents, the so-called Epstein files, and who or what is in them are at the center of a storm consuming the Trump administration. On Wednesday, after angry comments about how the files are a hoax created by Democrats, President Trump lashed out at his own supporters for refusing to let the matter go. I hate how podcasts sound. I hate it. The letter bearing Trump's name, which was reviewed by the Journal, is bawdy. Like others in the album, it contains several lines of typewritten text framed by the outline of a naked woman, which appears to be hand-drawn with a heavy marker. It's a big chick. A pair of small arcs denotes the woman's breasts. Well, those aren't very fun. Why aren't they giant arcs? Come on. That's not actually directed at anyone's breast size. I'm just making a joke. Calm down. Stop making fun of me. My feelings hurt. And the future president's signature is a squiggly Donald below her waist, mimicking pubic hair. Now, that's kind of funny. This is very creative. I don't know why people say, maybe that's why people say this isn't Donald Trump's. Like, doesn't sound like him at all. Well, yeah, I mean, who knows? Angel Australia gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much, Angel. Angel's kicking ass tonight. Silent Rage 5 says, how many times have you talked back and forth in a birthday card? What do you mean talk back and forth? I don't know. Joseph Fizo sent a super tip here. 1 second.
The target's FN. Jesus Christ, I would have led the sacrifice and nailed him to the crucifix. Beware the cult of purity. Infectious imbecility. I've made my choice. 666.
Whoa. Okay. They got like contra-biblical. Gunnar sent a super chat here, says if Pam Bondi gets around to releasing the Ricada files, it'll just be binders of heavily redacted ethics complaints. True. One day I'm gonna, like, when the guy who handles all of my ethics complaints, like, because there's like one guy who has to deal with all of them. When he's dying, I'm gonna go to like his deathbed and be like, did I have the most? I just want to know if I had the most. I just want to know if there was anybody else who you're like, God damn it. Every time a letter came in. All right. The letter concludes, happy birthday. Happy birthday. May every day be another wonderful secret. We read this in the other one, of course. Oh, crap. I got to get it back on screen. In an interview with the Journal on Tuesday evening, Trump denied writing the letter or drawing the picture. This is not me. This is a fake thing. It's a fake Wall Street Journal story. It's not me. It's a fake thing. Nope. Didn't happen. Hold on. Here we go.
Stephen Colbert has fallen, canceled under the sheer will and power of the king of late night, Nick Riccieta.
That's right. Get wrecked, Stephen Colbert, you piece of shit. Hope you suck more than you do. I don't know what else to say. He's getting canceled next year. That's great. Erikai says, Erikias says, what do you think about Ethan Klein's subpoena to Reddit for the ID of his harassers? Well, how do I say it? How do I say this? You can always do this. You can subpoena if you believe that a company has relevant data related to, related to your case. You can subpoena the company and try to get them to comply. Reddit will likely have an interest in resisting the subpoena. A judge may order Reddit to comply. Reddit likely is operating within the jurisdiction of pretty much every district in the United States. But it's a tough one. Like, here's the thing, though. It all depends on what data Reddit collects. If Reddit collects IP addresses, then it may be useful. It may not be useful. It may, who knows? Who knows? Those fights, I know someone who actually did one of these against a social media company. It took like 2.5 years, 3 years, something like that for them to finally get information about the person, the user on the social media website. It's a tough thing. Other than that, like, I don't know anything about it. it costs a ton of money to do this. It costs a ton. So, and it takes a ton of time, and it just depends on if the social media company really wants to release that information. The PR move for the social media companies, in this case, Reddit, the strong PR move would be to resist the subpoena because you're protecting your user base, your client base. And so, but on the other hand, you're then quote unquote condoning harassment. So it's a tough call for them. It really is. Personally, I think, they should resist the subpoena to the legal extent that they can, because because how do I want to word this? It's better for their overall user base to have faith that the information and data that's collected on them through the process of utilizing the social media website is considered private and protected. Like, it's better for everyone for that to happen. And they may be ordered to give it up. And, if that's the case, and if Ethan Klein presents enough of reasoning to a U.S. court to get them to enforce the subpoena, then, great. Like, they give it up. But they should put up the fight. They should resist doing that. That data is given to them in trust by a user. And you don't want, what you don't want is the ability to abuse the subpoena process to gather information about people who are attempting to remain private. Like, it's really inconvenient when someone is attempting to maintain some level of privacy or anonymity while they're also causing you harm, at least in your perspective, right? Like, it's really fucking frustrating to go after people when they do that, and to find yourself at roadblock after roadblock. It's maddening. But the overall benefit is for the social media companies to fight to protect our data. We're using them. They're using that data for business purposes, which means they're allowed to, they get to keep all of it. But we want them to keep that with the understanding that we value that data about ourselves, like that we're giving them access to this thing that other people don't get. And what we're doing that in exchange for is using their website, not so they can just hand it out to whatever person comes up and asks for it. So hopefully that's what they'll do. But we'll see. Toxic Brood, when are we getting a cooking stream where you do a Kurt recipe? I don't know. It's a really good idea. I have an idea to do like Kurt's recipe, and then also to do my version of Kurt's recipe at the same time. And then kind of, compare and contrast, like replicate what he made and then make my own version of it. But I just don't know if I want to do that to my pressure cooker. Like, it might take a lawsuit out against me. The Squid says, I seriously doubt they will release the Epstein files, the last major child trafficking ring that was found back in the 80s and 90s was covered up in a series of assassinations. Powerful people, man. Powerful people. And to give Trump some benefit of the doubt, it might not be the failure to release may have a lot to do with who's on it. And it might not be trying to protect anybody. It might be, you're talking about potential foreign relation incidents here, right? Like, we have Prince Andrew. Prince Andrew got fucked by his affiliation with Epstein. Proper fucked, and he should have been. I'm not complaining. I don't like that guy at all. I don't know him. He's a royal, so I don't care about him inherently. But that being said, who knows if there are other world leaders or people with immense political power, on that list. Especially on like the having sex with the minors list, there could be some literal foreign relations issues with releasing it. Who knows? We may never find out. All right, so back to this. I never wrote a picture in my life. I never wrote a picture. I don't draw pictures of women, only men. It's not my language. It's not my words. Told the Journal he was preparing to file a lawsuit if it published an article. Gonna Gonna sue the Wall Street Journal just like I sued everyone else. Then we're reading this in the Wall Street Journal, so apparently there's a lawsuit coming. Allegations that Epstein had been sexually abusing girls became public in 2006, and he was arrested that year. Epstein died in 2019 in jail after he was arrested a second time and charged with sex trafficking conspiracy. Justice Department officials didn't respond to requests for comment or address questions about whether the Trump page and other pages of the birthday album were part of the agency's recent document review. The FBI declined to comment. Of course they would if it's an active investigation. Hold on, we have a super tip here from Jim Altig. It says, gotta get you back in my YouTube rotation, man. I'm way behind. Glad to see you back and looking sexy. Anybody ever tell you got a pretty mouth? Hashtag no homo. Yes, they have. Actually, a person I liked a lot. Really did all the time. Not Scott.
I'm so fucked. I talked my way into legal problems and I haven't even begun to worry about the civil suits coming.
It's all horse shit.
Nope, he's F-U-C-K-E-D.
Maybe. We'll have to see, apparently. So here we go. Justice Department officials, they didn't respond to comment. This is an active investigation in a lot of ways still. I'm surprised they're being as open as they are because of all the potential investigations that could stem from it. The existence of the album and the contents of the birthday letters haven't previously been reported. The album had poems, photos, and greetings from business people, academics. Academics, please respond. Epstein's former girlfriends, and childhood pals. According to the documents reviewed by the Journal and people familiar with him. Among those who submitted letters were billionaire Leslie Wexner and attorney Alan Dershowitz. Oh no, the Dersh. The album also contained a letter from a now deceased Harvard economist. Not enough of that happening. One of Epstein's report cards from Mark Twain Junior High School in Brooklyn, and a note from a former assistant that included an acrostic with Epstein's name. Jeffrey, oh Jeffrey, everyone loves you. Fun in the sun, fun just for fun. Remember, don't forget me soon. Epstein, you rock. You are the best. All right. Epstein was Wexner's money manager at the time. The longtime leader of Victoria's Secret wrote a short message that said, I wanted to get you what you want. So here it is. After the text was a line drawing what appeared to be a woman's breast. Wexner declined to comment through a spokesperson. That's a weird, I get what they're saying, but that's a weird sentence. He declined to comment through a spokesman. So I guess he just commented himself. That's not what they're saying. It should be Wexner through a spokesman declined to comment. That's how they should have constructed that sentence. This is an embarrassment to syntax and usage. Wexner's spokesman previously told the Journal that the retail mogul severed all ties with Epstein in 2007 and never spoke with him again. Dershowitz's letter included a mock-up of a Vanity Unfair magazine cover with mock headlines such as, "Who was Jack the Ripper? Was it Jeffrey Epstein?" He joked that he had convinced the magazine to change the focus of an article from Epstein to Bill Clinton. Dershowitz, who represented Epstein after his first arrest, said, "It's been a long time and I don't recall the content of what I may have written." Very lawyerly answer there. It's a long time ago. I don't remember what I wrote. The book was put together by a New York City bookbinder, Herbert Wheats. According to people who were involved in the process, Wheats, who died in 2020, listed Epstein as a client on his website in 2003. It isn't clear how the letter with Trump's signature was prepared. Inside the outline of the naked woman was a typewritten note styled as an imaginary conversation between Trump and Epstein, written in the third person. Voiceover. Okay, so this is immediately, if it starts with voiceover, then what they're doing is they're writing like a play or movie scene stage directions, like this. That's what this is. And that's why it's written as a back and forth. It's a pantomime. Voiceover. There must be more to life than having everything. The note began. Yes, there is, but I won't tell you what it is. I don't know what Jeffrey Epstein sounds like, nor will I, since I also know what it is. We have certain things in common, Jeffrey. Yes, we do. Come to think of it. Enigmas never age. Is that the N-word, enigmas? I've seen a lot of enigmas around Chicago. Very unfortunate. Have you noticed that? As a matter of fact, it was clear to me the last time I saw you. A pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret. Holy shit. How long is this article? I just wanted to read what Trump wrote, apparently. Jeffrey enjoys a social life. When he turned 50, Epstein was already wealthy from managing Wexner's fortune, was socializing with Trump, Clinton, and other powerful people at his Manhattan townhouse, Palm Beach, Florida home, and private Caribbean island. A spokesman for Clinton referred to a 2019 statement that former President Clinton had cut off ties more than a decade before Epstein's second arrest and didn't know about Epstein's alleged crimes. Epstein and Trump spent time together in the 90s and early 2000s and were photographed at social events, including with Maxwell and Melania Trump. A 1992 tape from the NBC archive shows Trump partying with Epstein at his Mar-a-Lago estate. Trump is seen pulling a woman toward him and patting her behind. Here we go. All right, little touch. Chininator says, hey, Rackets, my mom passed on Monday, July 7th. Can I get a toast for her? Yeah, man. Chininator. It's always awkward starting a serious toast with a screen name from YouTube. Man, I don't know you, in any real capacity. But I have an imagination. My imagination says that your mother was very important to you. She's passed away from this world, of course. She'll live on, of course, through your actions, through your character, through who you present to the world. So always represent her well, because she raised you well. She put effort into it. Now it's your turn. Carry on what she started. And don't let it finish when you expire. May she live on generation to generation. Cheers, brother. Also toasting through a straw. Very strange.
My Visa and MasterCard gets frozen every time I try to send a super tip, and it's not even the bank or card issuer. It's AI-based risk management system at the clearinghouse that they all use.
Well, you got to use this. This one worked. So I do mine through Link. I don't know. Link or Google Pay is the way that I do it, but I'm not sure.
No, Nick. Royal family, foreign governments, celebrities, or tech billionaires are not going to crash world markets, which is the only reason this is being covered up. Money will become worthless.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, like currency will theoretically not have any value to society. It all depends on what we can create, and if we can effectively manage scarcity of resources without some sort of currency system. We'll have to see.
David Boyce is a legendary piece of shit who practices law, especially for his friend Bill and Hillary Clinton. David Boyce is legendary piece of shit who practices law, especially for his friend Bill and Hillary Clinton.
Bitch, stop digressing.
David Boyce, Clinton lawyer, represented Epstein victim Virginia Giuffre against Prince Andrew. Deflecting the focus from Clinton, Virginia Epstein herself this past April. This is some shit as twisted, senseless, and evil as I am.
The whole thing around that, the amount of damage that these people did to, the children and everyone around them is it's unfathomable, really. Like, we'll never know the extent of it. And it's tragic, the silent, because of the time that's passed and the attention that goes away. But the silence of the true ultimate victims how it affects their life and how it may lead to their death. Really fucking terrible. Trump, along with others, including Clinton, also appeared several times on flight logs for Epstein's private jet. 2002, the private jet flight logs don't bother me that much because of the nature of how private jets work. Like, it's really expensive to fly a private jet. And so, you know, if you're going to the same place around the same time as someone else, having someone pop on your jet is one thing. Now, depending on the nature of it, it's like maybe they're the only person using that jet, you know, at the time, etc. I don't know, but just having someone on flight manifests because it's convenient isn't always nefarious. That's it. 2002 New York Magazine profile of Epstein quoted Trump, "I've known Jeff for 15 years. Terrific guy. Really nobody better." Trump said, "He's a lot of fun to be with. He's even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do." No, he likes girls, apparently, not women. "Many of them are on the younger side. No doubt about it. Jeffrey enjoys his social life." Ooh. Okay. I want to say something, though. Right? Because this is how this works. Trump is talking about Jeffrey Epstein's public presentation, right? Like, he's clearly got a reputation. He likes women. He likes them to be young. That doesn't mean that any of these people necessarily know that he's out there having sex with minors. Like, they don't know that just because he might show up at parties with, 22-year-olds or whatever. Like, this, that's the way some people live, right? Like, that's the way some people do it. And so who knows? Like, people always make big to-dos about this. But to then to take that and to take it to the next step and be like, that means that Trump knows that this guy is abusing minors is a little much. Both men said they subsequently had a falling out. Trump has said their friendship ended before Epstein pleaded guilty to procuring a minor for prostitution in 2008, served time in a Florida jail, and registered as a sex offender. When Epstein was arrested again in 2019, Trump said he hadn't talked to Epstein for about 15 years. "I knew him like everybody in Palm Beach knew him," Trump said in the Oval Office at the time. "I was not a fan of his, that I can tell you." And here's the thing. This might actually be completely true, even though he's got this quote, right? This quote sounds like there's an affinity for Epstein here. But he's talking publicly about someone who associates with people that he associates with on a frequent basis. He might just be saying something, that's relatively neutral. It's a neutral statement. Yeah, everybody knows this about Jeff. He likes his women. He likes them almost as much as me. Not quite, though. And then, he's saying something that is not going to lead to a social issue. Or he could really like him. I don't know. I don't really care. But I think people make a whole lot about these statements because they use hindsight about information that is available now that wasn't available at the time to judge what's going on. Trump had no reason to badmouth Jeffrey Epstein at the time, unless you're going to contend that he knew about it, which we have to go down. We have to go down some steps to get there. Trump's spokeswoman told the Journal in 2023 that Trump had banned Epstein from his Mar-a-Lago club at some point in the past without elaborating. Maxwell, a British socialite, was convicted in 2021 of helping Epstein sex trafficking and sentenced to 20 years in prison. Maxwell didn't respond to a letter requesting an interview sent to her in prison. Oh, wait, we could just send this chick a letter and be like, "Hey, can I interview you?" Arthur Idala, an attorney representing Maxwell in her appeal, said at this point she's focused on her case before the Supreme Court of the United States. Yeah, she should not be answering letters.
I had to call my bank and explain who Nick Rikita is and what a super tip was. They said I could use my Visa, but not my MasterCard, and you blocked both my cards. I'll be a good lad from now on.
Thanks, man. You had to call your bank. You're like, no, there's this guy on the internet. His name's Nick. I want to send him money. I want to do it really bad, and I want to use a voice of this guy named Nate. It's fucking unreal. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Thanks for calling your bank, sir. That was a pain. The FBI's Epstein files. Epstein's associations with Trump and many powerful people have been well documented. There remain questions about what the FBI possesses about Epstein and his well-connected friends. In 2019, the FBI confiscated evidence from Epstein's properties in the U.S. Virgin Islands and New York earlier Tuesday after the Journal sought comment from the president about the letter. Trump told reporters at the White House that he believes some Epstein files were made up by former presidents Barack Obama and Joe Biden and former FBI director James Comey. He said his name, not good. James, Little Jimmy comes. That's what we call him around the White House. He said that releasing any more Epstein files would be up to Attorney General Pam Bondi. Whatever she thinks is credible, she should release, Trump said. Allegations that bureaucrats covered up Epstein's connections with participants in his trafficking scheme were fanned by people now in top roles in the Trump administration, including FBI Director Kash Patel and his deputy, Dan Bongino. In June 2024, Trump was asked in a Fox News interview whether he would release the Epstein case files. The Republican presidential candidate initially responded, "Yeah, I would." But he also expressed some reservations. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there, because it's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world, but I think I would. And that's the tough one, right? Like I talked about this with Colonel Kurtz, I believe, and that you've got a group of people who are in these documents. Some of those people will be in those documents necessarily for innocent reasons. Like they're just, there's going to be a lot of innocent people, a lot of people who are in there for innocent reasons. And those people have, it doesn't even matter if they're millionaires or billionaires or whatever. It just matters that they're people who don't need to have like their names incorrectly associated with bad activity. And that's the really tough part of this. Soon after she was confirmed as Attorney General, Bondi said she was preparing to release the new Epstein files. In late February, Bondi announced the release of phase 1 of the documents, but the material contained few new revelations, drawing criticism from right-wing influencers. Bondi initially blamed the FBI's New York office for withholding information and promised to release the remaining documents after redacting the victims' names. Patel also said there will be no cover-ups, no missing documents, and no stone left unturned. They tasked hundreds of FBI employees to review the materials and prepare them for release. The issue took on new life in June when Elon Musk, amid a public feud with Trump, alleged that the FBI was withholding documents from the Epstein case because Trump was in the files. The truth will come out, Musk wrote on X on June 5th. He later deleted the message and said he regretted some of his comments. On July 7th, the Justice Department backtracked on Bondi's pledge to release more Epstein files. Justice Department said that after an exhaustive review, it had found no incriminating client list or additional documents that warrant public disclosure. Democrats on the House Judiciary Committee demanded this week that Republican Chairman Jim Jordan hold hearings on the Trump administration's handling of the Epstein files and, if necessary, subpoena Bondi, Patel, and Bongino. At a cabinet meeting on July 8th, Trump criticized a reporter for asking about Epstein. Are people still talking about this guy, this creep? Trump said, "This is unbelievable. You want to waste the time?" And I kind of agree. Like, from Trump's perspective, it is not a waste of time. It is a waste of time for Trump. Now, it's his own fault. He talked himself into this issue, but it is a waste of time for the president. Pass it off to the director of the FBI, the attorney general, etc., and let them manage it, but let them actually handle it and get some stuff out there. But Trump needs to, like, the Epstein files should not be his high priority, in my opinion. We have a mechanism of government for you to, like, for going through this stuff if it's done, and he should just order it be done. Assign a special prosecutor to it. Who cares? Do something and then get it, delegate it out officially and publicly. And then Trump can wash his hands of it and move on to presidential things rather than law enforcement things. That same day, Musk wrote on X, "How can people be expected to have faith in Trump if he won't release the Epstein files?" And then you can write to these people who wrote this article. So there's the article. It covered the letter. It was a lot longer than I thought it would be. That's what she said. Life in General says, "You ever write your memoirs, a lot of innocent people will be in there." I'm only writing about the guilty people. Amy, I will definitely check the DM. So, okay. That's the Trump stuff. Look, my summary of the Trump stuff is very simple. Trump is in a pickle. Releasing the grand jury testimony is that's a PR move. It's to sate the ravenous appetite of his base, who's very angry with him over the Epstein promises being broken. That's what he's got to do. Like, he's got to do something because the negative press is killing him. And the president is an animal of political will throughout the entirety of his policy decision-making time. Like, there's just you need to have the political will of the public behind you as president. Otherwise, Congress doesn't care what you say at all. And if Congress is running the show, then what good are you as president? So he does need to repair this. He needs to figure out how to reassert himself with his base, and then getting back in their good graces, he can use that political will to keep governing in the way that he has done. But he won't be able to do that if the people who supported him are out, because if Congress smells blood, then they will, they'll abandon him. All right. Next item. We might not do all of this tonight because I do want to do the Cooking with Kurt video. And that Trump story took a lot longer than I thought it would. But we'll see. We'll see. I'm not saying no. I'm saying maybe not. Let's zoom in a little bit here. Okay, for those of you who missed the intro, what we're going to do right now is go through this document. This is the anti-SLAPP motion that we had filed and then withdrew. So some of you may have seen it, but I want to go through it with you. And many of you probably haven't seen it. We filed it and then withdrew it. This was, we talked the other day about Montigraph curiously not answering questions that were presented. When we presented our discovery demands, once we did that, he withdrew from the case. What I didn't talk about is that this motion, even though it was withdrawn, is looming over Montigraph the entire time, because it was going to get filed again, either again as a anti-SLAPP motion or as a summary judgment motion. They're going to read about the same. And so this was looming there. This is something that Montigraph and his legal team were going to have to face at some point. Defamation cases are about reputation. And one of the ways to defend against them is to point out that the reputation of someone was not damaged by the actions of the defendant. All right. So I'm not going to look, this is presented to the court. It was not actually examined by the court. It was withdrawn. I'm not going to say too much about it other than this is one of the things that withdrawing prevented Monty from having to defend himself on. Like, this is what you do. It's you're turning the tables as a defendant and attacking the other person, saying, this is who they are. How could I have possibly done any damage? Is kind of the idea of part of this anyway. But we'll see. Introduction. Plaintiff Steve Quest. Hold on. Good. There we go. Plaintiff Steve Quest, aka Montigraph, and Monty, is a Colorado entertainer, artist, and video producer. He uses the other three names as stage names or screen names. That's from Complaint Section 2. Among plaintiff's works is a video entitled Little Piggy and the Umbrella Man, in which plaintiff both stars and directs. In that movie, he threatens to rape and seemingly murders a teenage girl. And then here's a link to it, of course, the archive.org. Little Piggy and the Umbrella Man. And it's, I believe, the only place you can watch it right now. This movie garnered significant attention because of its shocking content. Nicholas Rekieta is a Minnesota attorney. Now I'm suing Mark for defamation, who hosts an online video program wherein he discusses legal proceedings. And then there's a footnote here. Rekieta Law LLC is Mr. Rekieta's law firm. Rekieta Law is separate the name of Mr. Rekieta's show, but it is not produced by the firm. Rather, it is so named because it is Rekieta discussing law. Defendants do not understand why the law firm was sued. That's true. The law firm has nothing to do with this show. My law firm is Rekieta Law LLC. The show is owned by Rekieta Media LLC. As plaintiff has never been a client and the firm is separate from the online video program. It is a failure of the defendant's diligence at best or a bad faith effort to wrongly attempt to pursue an insurance payout at worst. Accordingly, the law firm itself is entitled to dismissal on even stronger grounds than Rekieta himself. Okay, so then back to this. In 2019, Quest made a legal threat against YouTuber Mr. Medicare regarding Medicare's commentary about a lawsuit he filed against an individual named Jake. Jesus, can't even read. Jake Morfinos regarding commentary on the film and related allegations of Quest pedophilia. Mr. Rekieta appeared on Medicare's program to discuss the legal threat over this rape murder fantasy movie. So we've got comments 3 and 4. Rekieta discussed this on a live stream with Medicare on June 29th, 2019. Great show, by the way. Jim and I having this discussion was really, really fantastic. See Drummer 828, Mr. Medicare and Nick Rekieta stream on Montigraph. Available at this YouTube link. It's actually there. I think it's on Drummer's channel because Medicare, he didn't preserve his streams. Other people did. And I was on Jim's show, so I didn't preserve it either. In a filing Quest submitted in this litigation, he stated that third parties have been publishing videos about him and his Montigraph name since 2010. Response to motion to dismiss in Morfino's case attached as Exhibit 1 at 4. This right here is a big fucking problem for Montigraph. Whoops. This is a big problem for Montigraph. In his Morfino's case, something he failed to mention in this case is that people have been talking about him in his videos, or have been making videos about him since 2010. His reputation is not new. Mr. Rekieta's commentary is not dry analysis one might find on CNN. Sometimes it is made to be entertaining. As characterized by plaintiff, quote, in addition to offering legal advice and analysis, defendant Nicholas Rekieta engages in hyperbole and comedy. That was a bad line from his complaint. Shouldn't have been there if you're writing a complaint. That fact is both true and fatal to Quest's claims if this case is evaluated with integrity and faith to the rule of law. If it is just about Rekieta is abrasive, then perhaps there are more hurdles to overcome, but none that should be placed anywhere in a legal proceeding. And this, again, the moment that they acknowledge that I engage in hyperbole and comedy, then they've got a problem, because the case has to be like defamation has to be an assertion of a statement of fact that a reasonable person is supposed to take as fact. Like if I call someone a rapist, for example, like they have to believe that I'm calling them a rapist because they are raping. A lot of rape. Rather than me just throwing out some insult or some reference to some other thing, like within a community, maybe, I don't know, like it could be a lot of things. It doesn't necessarily mean a dry recitation of the facts or even an assertion of a fact at all. Part of the first element of defamation is it has to be a statement of fact that is false. So, and the way you prove out the statement of fact is that a reasonable person would find it to be a statement of fact given the totality of circumstances surrounding the statements. All right, so here we go. Defendants Nicholas Rekieta and Rekieta Law LLC, collectively defendants, seek dismissal under Minnesota's new anti-SLAPP law. While this court denied defendants' prior motion to dismiss the amended complaint pursuant to Colorado's anti-SLAPP law, the court rejected the application of Colorado law. It did so in part because Quest argued that anti-SLAPP laws are unconstitutional. They knew this was not true when they argued it, and it is no more true now. Minnesota's old anti-SLAPP law was. Not all anti-SLAPP laws are. So this is a really interesting thing. A big part of the reason we lost the application of Colorado's anti-SLAPP law, there are two reasons. Mark talked about this in my interview with him. The first part of the reason was they said Minnesota didn't want an anti-SLAPP law because we didn't have one. And the second was they said that Colorado didn't know how to apply its own anti-SLAPP law. Now, that's actually kind of true because there's a district split in Colorado about how to apply the anti-SLAPP law that they're waiting for the Colorado Supreme Court to actually resolve. But that resolution should be coming. That resolution should be happening. And then, at that point, that would be resolved. But Minnesota clearly did want an anti-SLAPP law. Minnesota obviously wanted an anti-SLAPP law. They had one, and then the Supreme Court of Minnesota shut it down because it was unconstitutional prior. Now we have a new one. It's modeled after laws that have been upheld in other states. And, seems like it'll stick around for a while. The Minnesota legislature has now passed a new constitutional anti-SLAPP law. The choice of law issue that formed the basis for the court's denial of that earlier motion is no longer in play. Quest's amended complaint is premised entirely on defendants' exercise of First Amendment rights, and the amended complaint is meritless. The claim should be dismissed with prejudice, and defendants should be awarded their costs and attorney's fees under Minnesota Statute 554.16. Who is the plaintiff? Factual background, and this is where things get interesting. Remember, this is all about reputation. One sec. Stupid toolbar. Go away. Plaintiff describes himself as an entertainer, artist, and video producer who uses the name Montigraph, Montigraph, Monty, and October Rains. His IMDb page identifies him as the writer, director, and rapist in the short film, rapist in quotes, not actual rapist, but rapist in quotes, in the short film Little Piggy and the Umbrella Man. And this is footnote 5 says rapist. The guy could have named himself anything, but he chose rapist. That's a good footnote. I like that one. In the short film Little Piggy and the Umbrella Man, plaintiff identifies himself as Roy Warren Marshall, aka Steve Quest, in Keyboard Commandos Must Die. See Montigraph IMDb page attached as Exhibit 2. Footnote 6. It's just links. He often uses checkerboard imagery and young children in his work. The AV Club even has a page dedicated to his Keyboard Commandos Must Die film. See AV Club page on Keyboard Commandos Must Die. Attached as Exhibit 3. Plaintiff has 70.8 thousand subscribers and over 1.2 million views on his YouTube channel. How does Monty have 70,000 subscribers? Like, how did 70,000 people have that much collective brain damage? I don't know. Maybe they just like warm shrimp. I'm not sure. Apparently, there are also pictures of Quest essentially French kissing a Barbie doll that looks like a little girl. See Alyssa Clips. Oh, Alyssa. That's nice. At Montigraph introduces himself to potentially criminal. YouTube, October 10th, 2022, attached as Exhibit 5 at 12 minutes, 27 seconds. Similarly, he seems to actually eat shit and then French kiss Barbie dolls, citing back to that same video. This may refer to the 2 girls 1 cup video mentioned above. The court should note that 2 girls 1 cup is a famous pornographic video of women eating feces from one another's rectums. This is one of the apparent inspirations for plaintiff's artistic works. Okay. It's important to distinguish what's going on here, and not to get confused or sidetracked, because you may be tempted to go, oh, wait a minute, like they're being critical of like his art or his speech or whatever. No, this is about reputation. He chose rapist is a very specifically worded sentence about his own reputation, the own thing he's putting forth into the world. How does he want to be seen? He chose that. He's using 2 girls 1 cup, and just by mimicking or creating it, they're suggesting that he's adopting some of the degeneracy to an extent, right? It's not necessarily, this isn't a criticism. This is about reputation, is how I would read this. I don't know. You can read it however you want. Which is attached as Exhibit 6. The reputation the plaintiff had before defendant said a word about him. And this is the key, right? Like, what was his reputation prior to me ever saying anything about him at all? Defamation case is about damage to the plaintiff's reputation. The court cannot evaluate a case about the plaintiff's reputation without knowing the plaintiff's pre-existing reputation. Just some of the highlights are provided here so that the court can evaluate what kind of reputation this lawsuit seeks to vindicate. As Montigraph, Steve Quest is known as a Colorado torture porn and snuff film producer who makes angry calls to corporate CEOs and celebrities. And we've got, that is referencing this website, haleycummings.me.wordpress.com or haleycummings.me.wordpress.com. Others, quote, others have characterized The Umbrella Man as a snuff film. See warning, satanic and horrific video, kidnapped little girl murdered in a cellar. America's little girl attached as Exhibit 7. One of the things that that I was sued for is the saying that I said that the Umbrella Man video was a snuff film, right? And the reason that he took umbrage with that is because a snuff film involves typically the real killing of, or real torture, whatever, of someone. But again, you have to have a reasonable person saying that I was thinking that I was saying that, but I don't think that that was actually communicated in a way to make it out like I thought someone actually died in that video. But hey, whatever. Timothy Holmseth, child torture film producer, threatens to call ABC about Roseanne for praising Pentagon pedophile task force. Timothy Charles Holmseth reports. Now, it's very important to note that, again, this is about reputation. These articles, people have criticized the authors of some of these articles or whatever, these videos, and that's fine. But this is about reputation. And so if people are out there making these sorts of videos and making these sorts of claims about you, that's reflective of your reputation, whether you like it or not. It just is. Montigraph October Reigns has been accused of involvement in the John Benet Ramsey murder. CEG Chase Cage, Montigraph and John Benet Ramsey connection. Footnote for, these are all just links, so I can ignore those. Chapter 14B, Little Piggy and the Umbrella Man, Reddit, October 28th, 2021, attached as Exhibit 9. Exposed Welcome to Wonderland, the Gypster, attached as Exhibit 10. Years before the events of this suit, a January 21, 2022 video accused Quest of grooming a 15-year-old boy. See Steve's Quest for Failure. Montigraph groomed a 15-year-old boy, Mighty Buffoon. Again, I'm not saying this. I'm reading about, I'm reciting this. If anybody's just listening at home and not watching the screen. In 2018 and 2019, Quest was accused of having a juvenile record for abusing a 9-year-old boy. See Diligent Escape, Grandpa Creepy Touch. YouTube, July 9th, 2019. Also, February 2018 Twitter post by Mason1543 attached as Exhibit 11. Another YouTube personality, Drummer828, created a multi-part video series on Quest in response to Quest threatening and stalking him. The Dark Side of Montigraph. The Montigraph Saga Part 3. People have reported Quest's family members' criminal backgrounds and how this reflects on Quest. Montigraph's older sibling, Wayne Eric Marshall, social media's most wanted, attached as Exhibit 12. Others reported on Quest's involvement in a campaign of harassment towards one of the parents of a victim of the tragic 2013 Sandy Hook school shooting, who is YouTube's Montigraph and Agent 19, hoaxers and trolls, attached as Exhibit 13. He injected himself into the extremely public debate on COVID-19 vaccines by posting videos of himself calling and threatening public health officials, including Anthony Fauci. CEG August 29th, 2021 tweet by Henrik Palmgren, attached as Exhibit 14. December 28, 2022 tweet by Wiley Panda, attached as Exhibit 15. An online forum contains a lengthy thread started in 2019 discussing the plaintiff and theories about his alleged pedophilia, Little Piggy and Umbrella Man film, having sex with a watermelon, and other troubling or bizarre behavior. See Steve Quest, Montigraph, Roy Warren, Marshall, Dale Ellis Bennett, Umbrella Man, Elite Rule, October Reigns, I'm Your Ghost, elderly schizophrenic troll with decades of history pretending to be a member of Intel communities. And that is citing to the researchers over at Kiwi Farms. So again, whatever people believe about the veracity of these articles or the authors or the speakers really isn't relevant, because this is about the general reputation of the person. And did my statements cause damage? Because my statements would have to cause the damage. If you're suing someone for their statements, those statements have to be linked directly to the damage and explicitly. Free Flyer 1978 says, Montigraph seems like the type of person who would finger his own balloon knot and yell wrong hole. Since 2019, various users of the video streaming website BitChute have posted dozens of videos about Quest discussing topics such as his films. Quest's dubious claims that he is involved in U.S. intelligence agencies and inquiring as to whether Quest is a pedophile. See BitChute search results for Montigraph attached as Exhibit 17. One of the most baffling things, again, you may not agree, right? But one of the most baffling things were like a bunch of people saying, Nick made these claims, which, one, did I make claims? Like, that's a question that the court never had to answer. But that would be a question that the court would have to answer. But did I make claims? But Nick made claims about Montigraph with no evidence, with no basis for them. It's like, no basis. I mean, listen to the bevy of bases that exist. A simple search on Twitter for the term Montigraph shows numerous third parties writing about Quest, both insulting and praising him over a period of years. See Twitter top post search results for Montigraph attached as Exhibit 18. The pre-existing state of Quest's reputation was a top-tier retard. An opinion made October 10th, 2022, without any reference to Rekieta's characterization. Exhibit 5 at 19 seconds. He was known as a weirdo who would try and sue everyone just for the lulz of it. He's a laughingstock. Nobody gives a shit. He's never won a lawsuit. This guy gets delusions of grandeur, possible schizophrenic. He gets infuriated by any slight. His reputation as a retard is shared by others. Okay. I just can't. As a top tier retard. This is in a serious court document. It's like, he has a reputation, actually, Your Honor, of that of a top tier retard. Can you imagine having that shit? Oh, it's funny. Let's see. His reputation as a retard is shared by others. Twitter post by @Stig787 attached as Exhibit 19 stating, "Oh no, you've attracted the attention of a retard named Montigraph." Others have known him to be a loon. Twitter post by Decaf Geek. Hey, what's up, Decaf Geek? Attached is Exhibit 20 stating, "Holy shit, the Monty you're talking about is Montigraph? That loon is still around?" Or is someone who had a mental breakdown. Montigraph threatens me with lawsuit. The Montigraph Saga Part 1. YouTube attached as Exhibit 21 at 7 minutes 51 seconds. I think that's probably from Drummer. He's thought of as someone with mental issues who is a psychopath. Sancliffe Mora. Agent 19, libel slander, exposing or exploiting Posner's children. Attached is Exhibit 22. Quest himself has a reputation for unusual sexual proclivities, such as his 2 girls, 1 cup video, or when he said to his audience, "Sniff my feet and lick my sweaty armpits." Sniff my feet and lick my sweaty armpits. See Jason O'Connell. Montigraph Steve Quest in all his glory. Don't laugh. He'll get upset. Oh, that's Exhibit 23. He had even been accused of pedophilia before. See Morphinos answered a complaint in Quest versus Morphinos. Attached is Exhibit 24. Apparently, at one point, a Google search had 1,330 results for Montigraph pedophile. Quest is believed by some to be connected to the JonBenet Ramsey murder through a pedophilic association. See 222 exposed. Welcome to Wonderland from the Gypster. Attached is Exhibit 25. Some have questioned why Quest was reviewing a teen porn site in 2003, speculating it was for the Montography photography business. See Exhibit 22 at 11 minutes and 22 seconds. So again, people are saying that people said I had no bases for my statements. which is interesting because the way I was introduced to him, as stated in this lawsuit or in this document, is the way I was introduced to him is he was losing his lawsuit in which someone called him a pedophile and he sued them for defamation. So it's very weird to suggest that there was no basis for it. There's even a 2012 video entitled Confessions of a Child Pornographer in which Quest spoke of taking photos of underage models. Huh, that's weird. It's very strange. Master Puppets, Confessions of a Child Pornographer. YouTube, October 28th, 2012, attached as Exhibit 26. And apparently a Google search for Montigraph snuff film produced over 300 results. See Exhibit 24, Morphinos, Exhibit 27. This is not the first lawsuit Quest has filed over being called a pedophile. To over 4,500 people, his reputation precedes him. See Quest versus Morphinos, attached as Exhibit 27. He also was known to have had sex with a melon, Exhibit 24. It was a honeydew, Morphinos at 4. A December 17th, 2006 video of him French kissing and fingering a honeydew melon remains online. Thrasher, Montigraph, not pretty, attached to Exhibit 28. He felt himself sufficiently popular that he could monetize his videos, or his views of videos like the melon one. See the Devil's Switchboard, Dale Bennett's melon and his credit card scam, attached as Exhibit 29. And importantly, he proudly proclaims himself as a Sandy Hook investigator, denying the existence of Adam Lanza, being the first to identify the so-called crisis actors and criticizing people like attorney Mark Bankston, who represented Sandy Hook Families Against InfoWars, who calls such investigators lunatics. As seen on YouTube, Montigraph explains how he now works for NORAD for $52 an hour and has 2 YouTube channels, #unrig. Attached as Exhibit 30, 4 minutes and 58 seconds. He even apparently accused one of the Sandy Hook parents of being a teen porn site operator. Exhibit 24. Plaintiff may be a saint. He may be misunderstood, but the reputation he had before Rekieta said the first word about him was of a child-obsessed, sexually perverted individual who threatens, stalks, and harasses his detractors, and who denies the Sandy Hook massacre. This is the reputation that he had before Rekieta spoke about him. This is the reputation he had before Rekieta spoke about him. This is the reputation he had before Rekieta spoke about him. That's stylistically a very interesting section, right? Like, I think this is actually written by, I believe it was filed by my local counsel, Matt Kazaya. I don't actually know which attorney wrote this specific document, but it's very well done. Like, this is so well put together, so well researched. And this is the difference between hiring like a Randazza versus anybody else, right? Like you get stuff like this. This is a very thorough document. Plaintiff started this dispute. It is relevant to consider the extent to which plaintiff entered the proverbial boxing ring with defendant. Plaintiff went to great lengths to pick a fight with Rekieta. Rekieta was first exposed to Quest following a June 2019 live stream he participated in with Medicare regarding Montigraph, and a prior adjudicated to be frivolous lawsuit he filed against Jake Morphinos. That's from me. That's from my declaration. Following this live stream, Quest called Rekieta to discuss the live stream, which started a month-long campaign where Quest harassed Rekieta. Quest tried to contact numerous third parties, made multiple meme images of Rekieta, sent several chat messages mocking or insulting Rekieta during the live stream, created several of his own YouTube videos complaining about Rekieta, all to harm Rekieta personally and professionally. Quest also made a video mentioning several YouTubers he threatened to visit personally in December 2019, including Rekieta. Threatened to literally come to my town, the gas station by my house, and murder me. Like, that was the actual... Actually, he threatened to provoke me into a self-defense situation where he would then legally, justifiably kill me, which is also known in sane parts of the legal world as murder. That's actual murder. If you do that, if you're like, I'm going to provoke them and then get them to attack me so I can justify killing them. That's not how that works. Quest's unhappy that someone he has harassed has in any way spoken about his already disgusting reputation is now bringing this ludicrous lawsuit. Seeking what? What? Defendant's programming. Defendant Rekieta is a Minnesota attorney. He practices law under Rekieta Law, LLC. It is a professional firm. That's slander right there. Providing Rekieta's license services under Minnesota statute 319B.06, and per the statute, it provides no other services. In 2011, Rekieta himself created a YouTube channel. In 2017, Rekieta became an online video personality. Yes, in 2011, I created a YouTube channel to upload various, I think it was a clip from Footloose or something. But my actual YouTube video career, as it is known, is something that started in 2017. Mickey Bitsko says the warm shrimp story is worth the comedy. Tell it. There's not much to tell, man. The guy was just doing a live stream for hours. And he had this plate of sauteed shrimp, and he just leaves them there. And later he's just eating them. Is like, what? Ew! Those can't be cocktail shrimp. And it can't be still hot or warm or anything other than just room temperature, soggy, gross, sauteed shrimp. And if you sauteed them in any sort of butter, which you would typically do, it would have been all caked up, because it's a saturated fat. So it'd be solid at room temperature. Just disgusting. Oh, God, it'd be fucking foul. I think I am deciding that we're not going to go through all of this. We'll go in about 10 minutes, a little less than 10 minutes. We'll start the cooking with Kurt stuff, and we'll revisit this another time. TV's Will Heron says, "Hola, Nick from Algodones." Hola, man. How you doing, brother? ¿Cómo estás, mi hermano? That's about the extent of my Spanish. I don't know what you could answer me in Spanish and I wouldn't know what you're saying, but yeah, man, I hope you're doing well. In 2017, Rekieta became an online video personality making law-splaining videos, originally addressing the matter of Uzunian et al. Versus Herrera et al. Although the channel uses the Rekieta Law moniker, his separately incorporated firm, the Rekieta Law LLC entity, does not own or operate it, as stated on the YouTube page itself. Rather, as set forth on the relevant YouTube channel's readily accessible about page, the videos and video channel are owned by a separate entity, Rekieta Media LLC, which is a Texas LLC. The content also broadcasts on other video services like Rumble. As Rekieta explains within the first minute of his first video, he offered his self-described pretentious opinion while drinking heavily. There, a bottle of 15-year-old Bowmore single malt scotch. Oh, stop. Gosh, it's like reading pornography. It's like pornography in Braille. I remember that. Let's see. As part of his entertainment, plaintiff is even commented that he does not know if Rekieta, who he publicly calls Drunkita, can even stay sober long enough to practice law. Maybe. But why would you want to? See Montigraph live testimony from Drunkita, drunk-splaining the facts. Rekieta's rhetoric is not infrequently inflammatory, with Rekieta having told a reporter, the language of hyperbole is fun. Kevin Featherly! What a bitch that guy is. Filings, attorney helped build online hate factory. That's from the Minnesota Lawyer Trade publication. I love it so much. I've got to get a copy of that. Maybe I'll call Kevin Featherly back sometime. His number's got to be in my phone still. Be like, hey, fucker. You wrote that shit article. You could at least send me a copy. Let's see. Quest identifies 6 videos containing allegedly actionable statements, though he does not attach them or provide their location. That sloppy pleading makes this case dead on arrival. So there's another shot straight at the validity of the case and going to an individual issue that should be fatal to the case. But Rekieta will indulge the theory for the sake of a complete anti-SLAPP record. The October 6, 2022 video. Quest alleges Rekieta made various false statements of a sexual nature about plaintiff. They were statements of a sexual nature. Oh no! In an October 6 live stream with Megan Fox. What up, Megan? And specifically alleges that Rekieta said plaintiff was a retarded man. Suggested plaintiff had sex with a watermelon, and that plaintiff has stated he routinely fists himself. Rekieta appears at approximately 1 hour, 49 minutes of the video. At approximately 2 hours, 32 minutes, 40 seconds, 2 hours, 33 minutes, 36 seconds. Rekieta says that there is a person commenting in the chat on the live stream who is a retarded man. Guys, in the chat, I hope you know there's someone in the chat there that is a retarded man. He says, "Hi, Monty. You still fucking watermelons, you weirdo? I very explicitly remember Montigraph stating publicly and openly that he routinely fists himself. And I don't know why anybody would do that. But he's like, I do that, and that's what I love to do." Again, this is put in a lawsuit. Like, that's actually all I do in my entire life is just revolving around when the next time I can fist myself is. I can't get enough of it. It's like I'm like reaching in and I try to extend my fingers while they're in there too. He sued me over that. That was clearly a statement of fact. Yeah, I actually had that conversation. Doesn't that seem obvious? Like, I told you the story. Like, I was talking to him. He's like, yeah, I just can't stop fisting. Like, come on. Jesus Christ. What? The fact that this was given a moment of breath is the dumbest shit on the planet. Here we go.
What part of you do you use to read Braille pornography, Nick? What part? I know you've tried.
I find the ass cheeks to be the best. They're the most sensitive. Yeah, I don't. The obvious answer, right? Like the obvious comedy answer, which I don't think is actually funny, is like you'd use your penis to read Braille pornography, but I don't think so. Like, I don't know. Braille plates are like dirty and gross. Like, what if you were in public and you had to do that? What if your fingers like couldn't feel it? So you had like as the species, that'd be horrifically disgusting. Okay. we're about to transition and then we can use a different bathroom. Okay. Then at approximately 2 hours, 33 minutes, 50 seconds, 2 hours, 34 minutes, 9 seconds, he says, see, what I just did was deliver a dry joke about what Montigraph said. The very important, this is bolded. Just in case, like you want the, not all lawyers will do this, but I've noticed it with Randazza. They have no problem using italics and bold in capital letters. Like, you need to see this, judge, clerk, whoever. Pay attention. Hey, over here, look at the fucking document again. Stop skimming. But if you remember my previous statement about having sex with a watermelon, that wasn't a joke. That was actually on video. And that's, I'm not like, there's no like punchline here. That was real. At 2 hours, 39 minutes, 20 seconds to 2 hours, 39 minutes, 40 seconds, Rekieta says, and then he just vanished for years. I can only presume that he was fisting himself the entire time. The new Goatsy. Oh no, there's a footnote for Goatsy. Goatsy is an internet meme of a sexual nature that involves an image of a man with a stretched anus. Defendant's counsel can supplement the record in the off chance the court or plaintiff believes such is necessary. However, the defense sincerely hopes that such is not made necessary. You have to tell the judge what goats he is. This is fucking fantastic. You're welcome. There's some strange people out there, and Monty would lick all of them. That's still true. He definitely would. To the extent that anything here was false, it does appear that the video shows conduct may have been sexualized activity with a honeydew melon and not a watermelon. However, this should be of no legal concern unless there is something reputationally different about misidentifying what kind of produce was used. So yeah, I said watermelon, but it does appear that it was a honeydew. My memory was slightly off. The October 13th, 2022 video. Next in the amended complaint, plaintiff alleges Rekieta on October 13, 2022, accused plaintiff of disgusting crimes against children, pedophilia, and then stated plaintiff should probably be shot in the fucking head. Specifically alleging that Rekieta stated plaintiff has always been into sucking little boy cock, which is weird, but that's his thing. Look, I'm not here to stop him. This is all a quote. This is all a quote of a prior time. I'm just saying he should probably be shot in the fucking head. Montigraph, you're a fucking F slur. Everybody knows you're a F slur. Clip this all you want and sue me if you want. I shouldn't have said sue me. See, it's because I said sue me that he did. You fucking child molesting fucking F slur. I think I was drinking a lot at the time because this is a little bit much even for me. Do that. How about you try that? He did. Turns out he did try it. Rekieta makes the quoted statements at approximately 5 hours, 50 minutes, 20 seconds into the program. Oh, wait, here we go. He footnoted faggot. While the undersigned counsel does not approve of this slur, it is quite cavalierly thrown around on Rekieta's show. Well, sometimes. In fact, the undersigned... Oh, yes! I love that this is in here. In fact, the undersigned first heard of Rekieta when Rekieta used his slur to describe the undersigned's law partner. Get wrecked, Woolman! Rather than bring a baseless lawsuit over it, the undersigned scolded Rekieta for it, and since then, things have been friendly between them. True story. Yeah, Your Honor, he says faggot all the time. In fact, he called my law partner a faggot on Twitter. Oh my God, that's funny. Let's see. He made the statements after being prompted by a commenter and in discussing emails from plaintiff. He then proceeds to answer commentators' questions about the etiquette of squeezing the boobs of one's wife. That's true. Like I did do that, I guess. This is what plaintiff believes to be a false statement of fact that harms his reputation. So you got two elements there that are called out in this line. False statement of fact. Well, yeah. That harms his reputation. Both of those things have to occur. The October 18th, 2022 video. Third in the complaint, plaintiff alleges defendants published a video on October 18th, 2022, quote, where a meme of guns, AK-47s, pointed at plaintiff's head accompanied by Rekieta making false statements about plaintiff. That was a funny picture. I don't care. Someone made it. Once again, with no mention of what statements Rekieta allegedly made. A discussion of Montigraph prompted by another guest began at approximately 3 hours, 51 minutes, 50 seconds to 3 hours, 54 minutes and 25 seconds. This is in the Daryl Brooks. This is in the Daryl Brooks case. Good times. Relaying the story of plaintiff calling him on his phone, discussing plaintiff calling Rekieta a member of the Sweaty Sausage Squad, and stating the most important thing is that he had sex with a watermelon on camera. TV's Will Heron says, keep stopping bodies. I think he means stacking bodies. I will do so. Literally, we're going to literally stack up bodies. And also stop them. I want to stop bodies immediately. The next video, new to the amended complaint, was published on October 28th, 2022. Thursday fan mail surprise, also Twitter trash removed. Quest alleges that Rekieta said Quest was making a snuff film about a kid. That Quest made such a film. That Rekieta was suggesting plaintiff made a nasty movie about a kid. And that's why plaintiff does not have a good name. That Rekieta said, nobody goes, huh? Who's Steve Quest? Who's this Montigraph? Oh, he's a fine, upstanding citizen. Nobody does. And bro, I'll take my name over yours. Your good name is garbage, and that's no joke. That's just that's the straight talk. To provide some context, from approximately 16 minutes to 25 minutes in the video, Rekieta discusses a frivolous bar complaint Quest filed against him based on many of the statements alleged to be defamatory in the amended complaint, including the claims of Quest being a retard and having sex with a watermelon, and the Minnesota bar's written decision not to take any action in the response. From approximately 25 minutes, 10 seconds, 26 minutes, Rekieta says that his video programming is, frankly, late-night shock radio, to much extent like Howard Stern before he became a coward. It allows me to mix in news, comedy, levity, personal reality, satire, and it's all this mishmash of things. At approximately 32 minutes, 20 seconds, when repeating allegations in one of Quest's bar complaints mentioning statements about sexual acts with a child, Rekieta says, Monty, this is obviously satire, you weirdo. From approximately 40 minutes, 35 seconds to 43 minutes, 45 seconds, Rekieta makes the statements mentioned in the amended complaint. He notes that Quest is watching the live stream and trying to defend his name in the comments, which prompts Rekieta to say, quote, you don't have a good name, Montigraph. You know you don't. You have an image and branding problem. This is not criticism. Everything I said about you, the real stuff like the watermelon, which is still weird, and the joke stuff like the kid stuff, which is still weird, people can reasonably form those opinions about you because you made that really weird fucking movie. And there are articles written about that really weird fucking movie, the snuff film of the kid that you made, the one that you bragged about. Monty, you've got a real image problem on this issue because of what you made. Nobody goes, huh? Who's Steve Quest? Who's this Montigraph? Oh, he's a fine, upstanding citizen. Nobody does because of how you act and what you do and what you say. But bro, I'll take mine over yours. Your good name is garbage, and that's no jokes. This is straight talk right to you. Rekieta then reiterates that this is a discussion of plaintiff's pre-existing awful reputation. And that's really important, again, because this is based, sorry. Let me rephrase that. It's really important because a defamation lawsuit is based on the damage to one's reputation caused explicitly and specifically by the statements. So if you have a pre-existing bad reputation on the issue that the statements are purporting to discuss, then it's going to be pretty hard to show that those statements are the cause of the bad reputation, right? Like, unless you can show that there was a good reputation and then it went bad after the statements. And people do, like, this is an element of the claim. It sounds hard to do because it is, but it's also how it's done. And it's done with frequency.
Your Honor, on what grounds is this Nick guy throwing around slurs and allegations that aren't about me? This clearly prejudices my case and I should be set free.
On what grounds is he throwing around slurs and allegations that aren't about me? I have no idea. But you should be set free. No, Daryl Brooks is a bad man. TV's Will Heron says, crazy how Aaron barely broke 300 viewers this morning. I didn't follow, so I have no idea. I was very busy all day. It was a good day. I've been having a lot of good days lately. It's really nice. Is there going to be voice chat, Dr. Jordan Peterson Kermit voice? What we have here is a dark triad personality trait. That would be kind of funny. I would have to do 10 minutes of talking like that. That's the hard part, is you have to have 10 minutes of it. Okay. For now, that's where we're going to stop on the lawsuit stuff. We may revisit it tomorrow or something. But I can't be up all night. I've got an early morning. So we're on page 13 of 36. But I want to get to cooking with Kurt. Don't you? Don't you want to get to cooking with Kurt? I do. Can you do a straight Nick voice next? What's up, Ice Dancer? No, I cannot. I have no idea how to do a straight Nick voice. Ellie, don't you lie. Don't you sit there and be like, oh, no, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this Cooking with Kurt video. We have 37 minutes. 37 minutes of Cooking with Kurt left to do. Mickey Bitsko says, Nick, the late night belly laugh streams are back. Well, good. Good. One of the hardest things about streaming is like your personal mood, the circumstances around your life impact directly like what you do. A lot of jobs, people, depending on what you do, you're not really, you either can like suppress what's going on in your life for like long enough to do various tasks when you interact with people, and then you can go sulk and like be sad or whatever while you do the rest of your job. Like, a lot of jobs are pretty much solo endeavors. And so, the circumstances around your day or life or whatever at the time may not be that big of a deal. With streaming, if you're streaming for a long period of time, it just becomes impossible to consistently hide how you feel. If you do edited videos, it's way different, right? Like you can do that. You can edit out parts. You can take a moment. You can reshoot something if something comes through. But streaming over a long enough period of time, like unless you're a sociopath, it's really hard to just filter out what you're going through because it impacts everything about the show. And so, it makes it kind of difficult. So I always hope to have a good day. Like in general, like everybody hopes to have a good day. That's kind of a stupid thing to say. But, I'm always hoping that maintaining stability of mood and stability of circumstance for to maintain the quality of the show. Because then it allows me to relax and laugh and smile at shit. All right. Speaking of that, we're not going to do any of that. Prepare yourself to fucking scream.
Daughters loser for
real quick, if you don't remember where we are, Kurt is reading something called Chick Tracks. Chick is a Christian youth conference, CHIC, I believe. It happens like every other year. I don't know if Chick, I think they may have renamed it, but they would have these Bible tracks about various subjects like Dungeons and Dragons or, doing drugs or whatever. This is Lot's daughters. Weird. I don't know. D. What sent 5 gifted memberships. Thank you, D. What. And we will have a members only stream coming up here pretty soon, which you can be a member on Locals or on YouTube for Rumble. I'm not entirely sure how to do members only on Rumble. I'm trying to figure it out, but they're kind of a fucking mess over there. It's frustrating.
virginity, the answer may shock you. Now we will deal with worse with you than with them. They came at Lot and almost broke down their door. The angels reached out and pulled Lot out of the house. The angels struck the men with blindness.
Okay. Why are you
The homosexuals worried themselves trying to find the door. Lot.
Common problem with homosexuals. Where's the door? Where is the door? So that's the thing you have to, like the Sodom and Gomorrah story. He read it wrong. It's like, give us those men. We want to see those men. Where are they? Get them out here. Lot, don't hide them in your house. You can't hog them for yourself. Asia Frazier says, good to see you doing well, Rackets. Hey, what's up, Asia Frazier? How you doing, girl? Good to see you. I miss seeing your name around. Now I'm happy. Now I'm very happy. We're getting a bunch of Ponzi sodomites running around. Like, can't wait to get in that ass. Yes.
Lot and his family were safely removed from Sodom, so God could rain down fire and brimstone and destroy Sodom. Man. New laws are encouraging the sodomites, homosexuals, to take the offensive. You're offended by...
I love his Bible. New laws are encouraging these sodomites, homosexuals, in parentheses, in case you didn't get it, right? Like, in case you didn't get it before. It's fucking homos.
Gays, are you some kind of bigots? Let's go. Only Christ can overcome this demonic power that controls them. God's warning to homosexuals, thou shalt not lie with mankind as with womankind. It's an abomination. Be not deceived, neither fornicators, nor idolaters, nor adulterers, nor the effeminates shall inherit the kingdom of God.
What translation are they using? The effeminate homosexuality shall inherit the kingdom of God. We didn't even want it. It's not decorated well. Really, honestly.
If you're exposed to sin, you must turn away. Only Jesus Christ can give you the strength to conquer it. And then we see a woman yelling, come back, to another woman who says, no. This other woman says, I cannot change and I don't want to. Average life expectancy for the male homosexual before AIDS was only 42 years because of venereal disease and violence. AIDS only reduced it to 39 years. I have a tough time believing that statistic. Really? The average life expectancy for a male homosexual before AIDS was 42? So this would be like 1980? The average life expectancy for a male homosexual is 42? I find that difficult to believe.
I love how Kurt is saying it with like the list, like the highest timbre voice he can muster. Like, I find that difficult to believe. Like, Kurt, no, you sound like you're going to die at 42 and not from all the eating.
Look out for that one. He's got a new one. Good for him. Homosexuality is one of many sins. There are also murder, lying, adultery, drunkenness. All of us are guilty of some kind of sin because the Bible said, when the creator of the universe died on the cross, it was for your sins. That's why he shed his blood.
He skipped for all have sinned and come short of the glory of God, which is what the Bible says. He just read the first part and he skipped the quote. Homosexuality is one of many sins. There's also murder. Holy shit. Murder that ass.
Jesus loves you and transform your life completely and will make it whole. When you surrender to him, you will become a new creature. Old things will pass away. All things become new. But on the day of judgment, all who reject him will stand before God, those that died in their sins. Depart from me, ye cursed, into everlasting fire prepared for the devil and his angels. Thus ends the track.
Okay, so I need to know something. Was Kurt raised as an ultra-conservative Christian who read these Bible tracts? Because he said his character, if you don't know the context of why Kurt is reading Bible tracts at us, oh God. It's like when Odysseus had to fight the Cyclops, like, Jesus. The reason we're looking at Kurt reading these Bible tracts is because he mentioned that his Dungeons and Dragons character was forever Blackleaf, after I think a fake lesbian who's obviously witch cursed and demonically possessed, who is playing Dungeons and Dragons, and probably would go on to read and write Harry Potter books and fan fiction later in life. But that's why he was, and he talked about how that was the reason he picked it. So was he raised like that? Everything is the Odyssey. Don't you fucking lie to me. I'm trying to figure out like why he saw the Bible track. That's what I don't get.
I hope you've enjoyed this.
I'm pretty sure Proverbs says, don't make pizza casserole, you fucking weirdo. But I guess he only read certain parts of the Bible, not all of it.
There are more than 100 more, guys. It's chick.com.
Drink from the bottle.
CHICK.com for all your
stop fondling that poor glass. It doesn't consent.
Chick track related needs. All your chick track related needs. Oof. back when I was a teen and going to church regularly, I had a decent collection of Chick tracts.
Every time his he leans back, the chair goes. Yeah, so he did. He had a big collection of Chick tracts from when he was a teenager going to church. I love this.
So, I'm familiar with the genre.
This is like glass of wine number 5 or 6 at this point. Look at how proud he is. I bet he's like, I pressure cooking some fucking chicken right now. It's got ranch powder and 80 fucking servings of bacon in it, bitch. Guys, as a reminder. Okay, so some people are asking where's the cooking. We're waiting. He's got it in the pressure cooker and we're waiting for it to get done. The ingredients. I remember this recipe. I've got it down. He took 5.5 pounds of chicken. I think he used roughly half of it. He didn't show us how much chicken went in the pressure cooker. So we're going to have to assume that's about 2 3/4 pounds of chicken. I think that's the safe assumption. All right. So 2 3/4 pounds of chicken roughly is in the pressure cooker. On top of that is a packet and a half. Well, actually probably a packet and a quarter because he spilled it all over the counter. A packet and a quarter packet of ranch powder, powdered ranch seasoning. Right, like hidden, like I guess you would. Do you go buy this and like put water in it and mix it up? Like I don't get it, but whatever. It's powdered ranch seasoning. He's got a packet and probably a quarter packet of that in there, and then on top of that, he got 2 value bags from HEB of real bacon pieces. So like crumbled up real bacon rather than those shitty fake bacon bits. I looked it up. Those are 10 ounces of bacon each. 10 ounces cooked. 10 ounces cooked of bacon is a lot of bacon. And serving size was 1 tablespoon, and there were 40 servings, or teaspoon maybe. There were 40 servings per bag, and he put 2 whole bags in there. So it's 80 servings, which did the calculations. That was 2,400 calories just of bacon. There's 2,400 calories of bacon in the Instapot right now. Getting soggy and disgusting because it's bacon pieces. Why are you putting them in an Instapot with a bunch of liquid to then pressure cook with liquid? I don't get it, but hey, that's what he did. And there's something like, I think it was 400 grams of protein as well. On top of that, he ground some black pepper. And then he put in, at the suggestion of a viewer, because he's like, I'm going to follow this recipe. And then he just doesn't. Suggestion of viewers, they're like, you should put garlic in there. He's like, yes, I will do that. I can put garlic in there because I have garlic. And then he went and grabbed his spice jar with garlic powder that had been like crusted together at the bottom of the jar. And so he took his knife and he goes, and he scrapes it up and chops up this garlic powder that is formed into like a garlic powder patty. He breaks that up and then pours that in there. Fucking disgusting. And then on top of that, he puts 2 blocks of cream cheese. So he's got a whole pound of Philadelphia cream cheese in there as well. This is, oh yes. And like a cup of white wine. Just a cup of this white wine that he's been slopping down as we watch. I don't even know. Like I don't know what that is, but that's what's in the Instapot. I just wanted to bring people back to what's in there. Just drinking this cheap bottle of wine. It was like $6 or something. Costco, I think he mentioned, or HEB, who knows. And he's like, yeah, because you got to splash a little wine in there. It's like, do you have to do that? Like, is that going to enhance the chicken you're making? Because you're just going to pressure cook the wine. So he's done that. That's what else is in there. The white wine adds.
Let's take a look and see how the crack chicken is coming along.
You can't take a look. It's in the pressure cooker. You can't do that. You cannot do that. You can't open it up. What are you going to do? What are you going to look at?
16 more minutes.
You just looked at the fucking timer? That's all you did? What was the point? Why would you do this? If you just wait, it'll beep. Don't you have something to say? Don't you have someone in chat?
So it has gotten up to temperature. 15 more minutes. It has gotten up to temperature. It is cooking with pressure. 15 more minutes. And we can have some crack chicken. Out.
Okay, it is crack chicken. It's not craft chicken. Our elite team of investigators have found out now that it is crack chicken. So this is chicken with cocaine, refined cocaine on it. Perfect. Don't make a joke. Don't make a black joke. There's chicken and crack in there. Don't do it.
Outstanding. That sounds like fun.
Wait, what sounds like fun? I'm allowed to.
15 more minutes. It's gotten up to temperature. It is cooking with pressure. 15 more minutes. And we can have some crack chicken. Outstanding. That sounds like fun.
Oh, just having the chicken is what's fun. So it says Nick's favorite type of chicken. Just in case, some people have missed it. I've never done anything involving crack or freebasing cocaine. Just always did the old-fashioned way. Just sniffed it. That's it.
Should we just joke around for 15 minutes or should we actually do something productive with our time?
Yes. It doesn't matter. I want to see you do it. God. Oh, Jesus. Every time, like, I just imagine I'm a hamster being carried around by this guy. Like, no, let's go over to the computer now.
Yeah. Lot was not an unqualified good guy. That's fair.
Did you see that? Look at the... Hold on. I'm not going to... Ah! Poor... That's not fair to Kurt. The progression of that hand was really awkward. I'm not going to do the rewind thing all the time and the hyper analysis. That's for other better men. But we do have to watch what happened with that hand just a second ago.
Around for 15 minutes or should we actually do something productive with our time? Yeah. Lot was not an unqualified good guy. That's fair.
Nose pick into the hair. Ew.
Jokes? I like jokes.
Me too. Right into the hair. God, it's like his favorite grilled cheese sandwich that he like left out, so it got too hard to eat, and now he just hangs around and talks to it. Like, that's what I feel like this camera is. Like, who's the character? Who am I? Who am I in this story?
Lot was a father-grandfather, yeah. So, yeah, for those of you who were mentioning in the story, yeah. So as Lot was fleeing from the city of Sodom,
I've not scored
before it would be smited with God's power. Lot, his two daughters, and his wife were in tow, and his wife apparently looked back at the city as it was being destroyed, and apparently taking the slogan that real men
nose pick number 2. Nailed it.
Don't look at explosions to a whole new level. For merely looking back, God turned Lot's wife into a pillar of salt. Which seems a little much to me, but okay.
The question is, if Lot's wife was your wife, Kurt, would you keep her after she was turned into salt, or would you try and find a new one?
Kurt calls it crack chicken. But ain't a brother out there that would smoke or eat that nasty shit. Micropeen having honky Kurt.
Micropeen having honky Kurt.
And then Lot and his two daughters, I think, are hanging out in a cave. And the daughters basically say to each other, hey, there are no men here there are no men now for them to know us. Let's get our father drunk and sleep with him in turn, which they did.
They did.
So they each. So this is some sort of Pornhub shit in the Bible or something. So
nope. No, actually, I'm pretty sure that all of the incest porn on Pornhub is stepbrother, stepsister. Maybe, they may do a stepfather, stepdaughter, but I don't believe that even Pornhub hosts even fictionalized incestuous porn between father and daughters. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure they don't.
So they each got their father drunk and lost their virginity to their father in turn. So yeah, that's the story of Lot. That's good times. Not even in the stepdad category, I know. Yeah. I'm not sure why looking back at the city as it's being destroyed is such an affront, but apparently it is.
Because he told that bitch not to. Don't look back. It's the one fucking rule. God's like, I'm going to save you. All you have to do is not look that way. If you do, you're fucked. Don't do it. Don't. What does the woman do? She has to look back. Oh, I got to look back. Left my keys. Whatever it was. Same thing with you. Like, hey, just don't eat that fruit from that tree. Don't eat that one. You need all the rest. Any of the other ones. And she's like, but I want that one though. No, you can't have it. You ruin everything when you do that. So don't do that. Holy shit. By the way, Asia Frazier, I didn't mention this properly. That was her member chat for 65 months as a member of the Ricada Law channel. That's over 5 years, y'all. That is fucking awesome. But yeah, I don't know why I don't know why that was such an offense. Because God said don't. How is this hard? Look at that. The smug look on his face. Like it's a default resting smuggle face. Like what the fuck is going on? Why does Kurt like believe he can be smug is something that is deeply interesting to me. Like, right? Because smugness comes from confidence about whatever thing. Like, you don't even know why I'm winning. He's always got that smug face. It's like, I want to know the psychology of Kurt, where he's like, I deserve this.
Yeah. Oh, there's lots of stories like that in the Bible.
There aren't really that many stories like the story of Lot. That's why it's always the story of Lot. There's not another story of guy like Lot.
The Bible's great for debauchery, all kinds of shit.
That's not debauchery. That's some good old fashioned debauchery. What's that? Oh, the daughter's getting the dad drunk and rape him. Wait, what the fuck? How does that sentence even work?
Yeah, all kinds of shit.
Riveting. I think it's just fat guy sounds. Like if this was closed captioned, it would just say fat guy sounds.
There's some great ones in there too. Like, you know, the wasn't it one of the tribes of Egypt? Wasn't it
one of the tribes of Egypt? I don't know if this story is going to go the way he means it to. Aisha Frazier says, I don't know what it is, but even as a kid, there were certain things I never even considered doing until I was told not to. Exactly. Yeah. No, I know God's kind of a jerk sometimes. Like he and I have a complicated relationship. Right? Like I don't understand a bunch of stuff that happens. So I get that. He's kind of a jerk sometimes. Like, well, why can't I eat the fruit? Just fucking don't. Like, just shut up. I'm busy. Like, just don't eat it. Fuck, I'll tell you later. She goes and eats the fruit. Life in general says the smugness comes from thinking he's the smartest one in the room. Ironically, even when he's alone, he's not the smartest one in the room. Hey, he's got my ceiling cat. Fuck you. Redneck Hipster says, wasn't Muhammad's wife like 9? Something like that. Yeah. She's pretty young.
Was it the tribe of Benjamin? Let's see how good my biblical knowledge is. Was it the tribe of Benjamin who didn't have enough?
Those weren't the tribes of Egypt, by the way. Like, those are the tribes of Israel. They're the sons of Israel. Like, fuck's sake. Jacob and Sons. How does that song go? Reuben was the eldest of the children of Israel. I don't know the rest. I just remember Naphtali and Issachar and Asher and Dan, Zebulun and Gad brought the total to 9. And then I can't remember how we get all the way to 12 or 13 or whatever.
Women to become wives. So the tribe of Benjamin like hung out in basically a cornfield or something as like some sort of pagan city or whatever was having a festival. And they kidnapped the women who got too close to the cornfield.
Awesome.
And made them into their wives. Wasn't that the tribe of Benjamin who did that? Going to the foreign city, hiding out in the cornfield, and just kidnapping and forcibly marrying any of the women who came too close.
Sounds like a good system.
Yeah, that's a good one.
You know what Kurt's thinking? He's like, I got to find a fucking cornfield that women walk by. I could definitely get married.
Judges chapter 21. There you go. Yeah. I even remembered the tribe's name. How cool is that?
Not.
Evangelicals ignore that part. That was pretty good. Yeah.
What are you talking about? Evangelicals ignore that part. No, okay. I mean, I guess most evangelicals aren't reading Judges because Judges isn't really relevant to most evangelicals' lives right now. But like saying that they ignore it, it's like, it's not, what does that have to do? Like, what lesson is that teaching them? It's like, well, snatch it from a cornfield. It's cool.
The book of Ruth is pretty good. The book of Ruth is good. The book Daniel's story is good. That's in Genesis. I always like Daniel's story. Or apologize, that's Joseph. Sorry. Joseph.
Yeah, Daniel's story is in the book of Daniel.
Stories in Genesis. Daniel's story is in Daniel. The book of Daniel's good.
Wait, Joseph's story is in Exodus, isn't it? No. Wait. No, it's in Genesis. He's right. My bad.
The book of Ruth is good. The book of Ecclesiastes has got to be my favorite for its outright pessimism and hopelessness. Ecclesiastes kicks ass. Maccabees.
Ecclesiastes kicks ass? Like, what are you talking about? It's fucking status.
Yeah. And Revelation is good if you want to like have an acid trip. Yeah, I grew up in South Carolina. I went to Clemson. Yeah. Book of Revelation is pretty fun because it's kind of like an acid trip. It's really, really weird. But yeah, the book of Revelation is a fun one to read. Paul's all right. Paul's all right. Do I like religious jokes? Oh yeah, I stopped being religious quite a long time ago. But I've read the entire Bible.
I've read the entire Bible. Wow. I'm so proud.
I think twice.
Oh, twice!
You know, I did when I was young and more religious, I used to do the verse a day, or it wasn't a verse.
I like he's like, yeah, if you want to do like acid trips, Book of Revelation. Quote someone who has never been on acid, because the Book of Revelation is nothing like acid trips. What the fuck are you talking about?
It was like a it was a portion a day, the Bible in a year. So you'd read like the entire Bible. And I did that. I've done that at least twice, and then read other parts of the Bible. So, yeah, I have, but I haven't read the Bible.
The way he describes what he does sounds super arrogant, but I don't think he's actually being arrogant most of the time.
In quite a long time, but what version? NIV. NIV was the one that was used at my church, New International Version, which thank God is a little bit more easy to understand than a KJV. But yeah, NIV was the one that we used at my church, which is much more readable, thank God. Any other religious texts? I've read Dao Te Ching, which I really like.
What was that?
Well, thank God.
That little tiny sip of wine.
Any other religious texts? I've read Dao Te Ching, which I really like.
Dao Te Ching.
I've never really read any other religious texts in full.
No, life in general, I'm not starting to empathize with him. I don't think you can. Like, how can you? It's a different creature. It's not even human. How could you possibly put yourself in his shoes? One, they've got to be all stretched out from the swelling of the feet when it retains water. But two, they got to be so sweaty and gross. But three, like, I can't fathom being Kurt. I can't do it. There is no way I can get into his mind adequately to like really like, and I'm pretty good at understanding people, empathizing with them, relating to their experiences. I can't. He's an enigma.
But yeah, I like the Dao Te Ching. Book of Mormon. I've never read the Book of Mormon because it's absolute shit. But no, I have not.
I'm a ton of fun. What was that? Never read the book. I've never read the Book of Mormon because it's absolute shit. How do you know? You've never read it. Jesus Christ.
Not read the Book of Mormon. I've seen the play.
Not quite the same as the book. I don't think.
Probably should read the Quran at some point. Never actually read it. Probably
Yeah, you
read
should.
the Quran.
Could you imagine? What if we got like someone needs to remind Kurt that he promised 3 years ago that he should read the Quran. We got to get him to read the Quran and go full fucking Islam on everyone. Like, can you imagine what he would have said to Megan Fox if he had read the Quran first? Like, it would have been so based. What is this woman even doing on stream without scarf covering?
Probably should read some of the Vedic checks. The first page of the Book of Mormon is awesome. Let's find out. Let's read the first page together.
No, don't.
Let's find out. The Book of Mormon. Let's find out.
This is before he got good at cooking videos.
Let's see. Let's find out the Book of Mormon.
Guys, I'm talking to you fatsos out there. Sit up. Sit up. Sit up. Look at him. Look at him. He went slovenly, disgusting everything. Him and Sean crunched down in their chairs, their bodies heaving against gravity, just trying to keep them afloat. Sit the fuck up. Sit up. Sit up. Have some goddamn dignity and sit up.
I like how there's a copyright notice in it, by the way. That's hilarious.
Why is it hilarious?
Are we?
You're allegedly an IP attorney, and it's hilarious that there's a copyright on the Book of Mormon. Why? Someone wrote it.
Are we doing with chapter 1?
I believe there's copyrights on all, like Zondervan has a copyright on the Bible. The Bible itself is public domain, but the translation that they use and then the other creative stuff within the actual specific book is still their property. All the graphic design, any pictures they may have, the font choices, shit like that. Right? You can't just go, like, I can't go print a Bible bind it and say it's from Zondervan. I mean, that'd be trademark more than copyright, but I can't mimic the exact Zondervan Bible either. Like I can't steal the aesthetic that they use. Matthew Harris says, Nick, why do you hate me so much? Because you're very...
We're dealing with one Nephi. An account of Lehi and his wife Sarah. His 4 sons being called Lemon, Lemuel, Sam, and Nephi. The Lord warns Nephi depart the land of Jerusalem because he prophesies on the people concerning their inquiry, and they seek to destroy his life. He takes 3 days' journey into the wilderness with his family. Nephi takes his brethren and returns to the land of Jerusalem after the record of the Jews. The account of their sufferings. They take the daughters of Ishmael to wife. They take the families and part them into the wilderness. Their sufferings and afflictions into the wilderness. The course of their travels. They come upon large waters. Nephi's brethren rebel against him. He confounds them and builds a ship.
He cannot read. Like he cannot just sight read. It's awful. It's horrific to listen to.
Call the name the place of the bountiful. They cross the large waters into the promised land, and so forth. And so forth. That's nice. That's according to the account of Nephi, or in other words, I, Nephi, wrote this record. That's a weird way to write things. This is according to the account of Nephi, or in other words, I, Nephi, wrote this record. That's kind of weird. How much longer on your chicken? Like 12 minutes or something. 12 minutes. Then we'll have some chicken, and yeah. That's interesting.
Well, that wasn't interesting at all. What are you talking about? Oh, what are you looking at?
The testimony of the prophet Joseph Smith.
Thank God.
The prophet Joseph Smith's own word about the coming forth of the Book of Mormon are, on the evening of the 21st of September of 1823, I betook myself to prayer and supplication to the Almighty God. While I was thus acting upon calling of God, I discovered a light appearing in my room, which continued to increase until the room was lighter than noonday, when immediately a personage appeared at my bedside, standing in the air, for his feet did not touch the floor. He had on a loose robe of most exquisite whiteness. It was whiteness beyond anything earthly I've ever seen, nor do I believe that anything earthly could be made to appear so exceedingly white and brilliant. His hands were naked, and his arms also, a little above the wrist. So also
naked ass fucking little hoe hands running around. Hoe-handed angel with his naked hands. Put some clothes on those bitches.
Also were his feet naked, as were his legs, a little above the ankle. His head and neck were also bare. I could discover that he had no other clothing on by the robe, as it was open, so I could see into his bosom. So he was totally naked of the robe. Not only was his robe exceedingly white, but his whole person was glorious beyond description, and countenance truly like lightning. The room was exceedingly light, but not so very bright as immediately around his person. When I first looked upon him, I was afraid, but the fear soon left me. He called me by my name and said unto me that he is a messenger sent from the presence of God to me, and his name was Moroni. That God had work for me to do, and my name should be had for good and evil among all nations, kindred, and tongues, or it should be both good and evil spoken among all people. He said there was a book deposited, written upon gold plates, giving an account of the former inhabitants of this continent, and the source from where they sprang. He also said the fullness of everlasting gospel was contained in it, as delivered by the Savior to the ancient inhabitants. I'm reading Joseph Smith's Introduction to Mormon.
The Iceman, 10:14:18 says, I thank my mother for always getting on me for slouching when I was young. I'm a big old fatty, as you know, and it's bad enough sitting in a chair without slouching and looking like a melting Jell-O mold. Here's the other thing. Like it's not enough, but it is core workout. It's core exercise to sit up. Like you need to do it. Don't die. Sit up. Sit the fuck up.
Also, there were 2 stones in silver bows. These stones, fastened to a breastplate, constitute what's called the Urim and Thummim. It's posited with the plates, and procession and use of these stones were what constituted seers in ancient or former times, and the God who prepared them for the purpose of translating the book. The stones. Okay. Again, he told me that when I got these plates of which he had spoken, for the time they should be obtained was not yet fulfilled. I should not show them to any person, neither the breastplate with the Urim and Thummim on it, only to those who I should be commanded to show them. If I die, I should be destroyed. When he was conversing with me about the plates, the vision was opened to my mind that I could see the plates where the plates were deposited, and so clearly and distinctly that I knew the place again when I visited it. After this communication, I saw a light in the room, beginning to gather immediately around the person of him who had been speaking to me, and it continued to do so until the room was again left dark. Okay, so the light was actually being sucked in. Okay. Except just around him, when in the instant I saw, as it were, a conduit open right into the heaven, and he ascended until he entirely disappeared. And the room was left as it had been before this heavenly light and made its appearance.
Yeah, what about his naked ass hands? Asia Fraser says the Book of Mormon tries to imitate the King James Version. What makes no sense is why God would reveal this to Joseph Smith, a 19th century American and 16th century British English instead of 19th century American English. Look, because the Lord works in mysterious ways. Is with those naked hands. His hands and arms were naked. Whoa, holy shit.
I lay musings on the singularity.
Just be too coked up to eat. Work for Nick. Yes. Yes. Good Lord. Like, how hard is it? Stop eating. Just stop. Don't do it. You're going to be fine. Stop eating. Just stop. If you need something to help, like, don't do cocaine. Super illegal. But there's other stuff that'll help you not eat. Like, I don't know, wiring your jaw shut. Being tied down to a bed every time it's mealtime. Like, just stay away from chips entirely.
Clarity of the scene, and marveling greatly at what had been told to me by this extraordinary messenger. When in the midst of meditation, I suddenly discovered my room again was being lighted, and in that instance, as it were, the same heavenly messenger was again by my bedside. Apparently, he had additional revised thoughts he wanted to share. He didn't get all his thoughts down the first time, so he really wants to, like, he has revised thoughts. He commenced, and again related the very same things which he'd done his first visit, without the least variation. Which having done, he informed me of great judgments that were coming upon the earth, with great desolations by famine, sword, and pestilence. And these grievous judgments would come on the earth in this generation. Having related these things, he again ascended as he'd done before. By this,
why is he sitting there? He's like got these puzzled faces, like, I don't know about this passage, right? Like, Kurt is unironically reading the Book of Mormon and like looking at the camera, like, do we believe him, chat? It's like, what the fuck are you doing? Come on, Kurt.
This time, so deep were the impressions made on my mind. I think it would have been the first time, really, but whatever.
He's arguing with Joseph Smith's rendition of an angel visiting him in the fucking 1800s in the United States. Okay. His face is perfect.
Sleep had fled from my eyes, and I lay overwhelmed in astonishment at what I had seen and heard. But what's my surprise when I again beheld the same messenger? Is this the third time?
Who cares?
Apparently. And heard him rehearse or repeat over to me the same things as before, and added a caution to me, telling me that Satan would try to tempt me in consequence of the indigent circumstances of my father's family to get the plates for the purposes of getting rich. Okay. This he forbade me, saying that I must have no other object in view in getting the plates but to glorify God, and must not be influenced by any other motive than of building his kingdom. Otherwise, I could not get them. Wait a second. That doesn't make sense.
Really?
Okay, I know I'm applying logic to this situation, but if you have any other motive other than building the kingdom, you can't get to them. let's accept that premise. Then if Satan successfully tempts me, I can't get the plates. So what's the problem? Like, I literally can't sell them.
It's beeping. Go,
to make
go,
myself
go,
rich
go,
because
go.
I can't get them if I have that purpose in mind. So there's no problem.
Got the golden place. Gonna lead the peoples.
After the third visit, he again ascended to heaven as before, and I was again left to ponder on the strangeness of what I experienced. When almost immediately after that, he ascended from me the third time, the cock crowed, and I found that day was approaching. So our interviews must have occupied the whole of the night. I shortly arose after from my bed and usual went word to the necessary labors of the day, but attempting to work as other times, found my strength so exhausted as to render me unable. My father, who was laboring along with me, discovered something wrong with me and told me to go home. I started with intention of going to the house, but in attempting to cross the fence out of the field where we were, my strength entirely failed me and I felt helpless on the ground, and for quite a time was quite unconscious of anything. The first thing I can recollect was a voice speaking to me, calling my name. I looked up.
This is the worst. I'm actually disappointed in this Cooking with Kurt because I always get excited for the middle time, the no one time, where we just wait for Kurt to like his dish to cook and he's left to his thoughts for a while. And then he's like, you know what I like is women under the age of, you're like, I know, no, yes, say more, but gross, but I got to hear it. Like, that's what you're always waiting to happen. This one, he's been occupied by Bible tracts in the Book of Mormon. He doesn't know anything about the Book of Mormon. He's never read it. He's just reading it raw and fresh. Just like his pizza casserole victims, raw and fresh. And he's just reading it and then glancing at the camera and like trying to puzzle through the first page of the Book of Mormon. It's like, dude, if you're not going to read the whole thing, why are you even bothering with the bit? The bit is, this is dead. This isn't funny. This isn't interesting. I want to know what you think about dating. I want to know what you think about the manufacturing process behind paper towels. Like, tell me anything other than this. This is just gay.
Up and beheld the same messenger standing over my head, surrounded by the light as before. This is the fourth time, by the way. He again related to me all that he had been relayed to the previous night and commanded me to go to my father and tell him of the visions and commandments I had received. I obeyed. I returned to my father in the field and rehearsed the whole matter to him. He replied to me it was of God and told me to go and do as I was commanded by the messenger. I left the field, went to a place where the messenger told me the plates were deposited, and owing to the distinctness of the vision, which I had concerning it, I knew the place the instant the time I arrived there. How long does this go on, man? Jeez, Lord.
You think beat?
Convenient to the village of Manchester, Ontario County, New York, stands a hill of considerable size and most elevated of any in the neighborhood. On the west side of this hill, not far from the top, underneath a stone of considerable size, lay the plates, deposited in a stone box. This stone was thicker and rounder in the middle of the upper side and thinner towards the edges, so the middle part of it was visible above the ground, but the edges all around were covered with earth. Having removed the earth, I obtained a lever, which I got fixed underneath the stone, and with little exertion raised it. I looked in, and indeed there were, I behold the plates, the ermine and the thermion, and the breastplate, stated by the messenger. The box in which they lay was formed by laying stones together in some kind of cement. In the bottom of the box lay two stones, crossways of the box, and on these stones lay plates and earthings with them. I attempted to take them out, but was forbidden by the messenger. I was again informed that the time for bringing them forth had not yet arrived, neither would it, until 4 years from that time. He told me I should come to place precisely in 1 year, and he would meet with me, and I should continue to do so until the time came for obtaining the plates. Accordingly, as I had been commanded, I went to the end each year, and each time found the same messenger there, and received instruction and intelligence from him at each of our interviews, respecting what the Lord was going to do and how it was in his manner and kingdom to be conducted. At the length of time for obtaining the plates, the erm and the thermion and the breastplate, on the 22nd day of September, 1827, having gone, as usual, at the end of another year to the place which they were deposited, at the same heavenly messenger delivered them to me with this charge, that I should be responsible for them.
TV's Will Heron says, people talking religion scare me. Have a great show, y'all. Later, buddy. We're just going to get through this Cooking with Kurt video in which he's not cooking or being fun right now. He's reading the Book of Mormon. No one wants him to do this. He thought he's sitting there. He's like, you know what we could do? Someone's like, have you ever read the Book of Mormon? He's like, we could do that now. No. Why would you do that? Why would you say yes to that? Why would that be the thing where you're like, you know what, actually, yeah, I've heard about that thing. I'm going to start reading it now on a live stream. I don't know if it's going to be good or interesting. I'm going to read a bunch of weird shit that I don't get, that obviously goes into a bunch of other shit that will help me understand it later, I guess, maybe. Or not. I'm just going to start reading it now. While I slouch slovenly into my fucking chair, the heroic chair that's got to smell so bad. Ugh. Can you imagine after a long stream, he has to peel off like his back skin from that leather? Because like his shirt just rides up as he sits there and slouches down. So then it's just his back skin on leather. And he just, when he gets up, it's gotta be disgusting.
That if I should let them go carelessly or through any neglect, I should be cut off. But if I would use all my endeavors to preserve them until he, the messenger, should call for them, I should be protected. I soon found the reason why I received such strict charges to keep them safe, and why the messenger said that what I had done was required at my hand. He would call for them. For no sooner was it known than I had them. The most strenuous exertions were used to get them from me. Every stratagem that could be invented was resorted for that purpose. The prosecution became more bitter and more severe than before, and the multitudes were on alert continually to get them from me if possible. By wisdom of God, they remained safe in my hands until I accomplished them what was required at my hand. When, according to arrangements, the messenger called for them, I delivered them upon him, and he has in his charge until this day, the 2nd of May, 1838.
Stop reading it. Just don't.
Ooh, okay.
You said you're going to read the first page. Is it still the first page, or you just keep it going?
Okay. That makes total logical sense. I have no further questions. Why did I read that? I feel stupider. All right, so let's take a look at Crack Chicken Land and see how it's going over here in Crack Chicken Land.
Oh! Ah!
Have to release the steam, of course.
Release
pressure cooker.
Steam.
Supposed to take a second.
Not like when you made gumbo and it took 20 minutes to release the steam.
That was a lot. That was a lot. But it seems to work out well for the Mormons, I guess. They seem to be happy. So, I guess.
What is this shot? He's looking at this like he sees himself in his phone screen, so he knows that right now this is what his audience is seeing. He knows that they're looking, and he's like fucking having an eclipse happen right now. He's like, in this, like the smudge, that disgusting smeared camera lens makes it look so hazy and foul in his apartment.
Scientology lawsuits, billion-year contracts. I guarantee you a billion-year contract is not enforceable in law. I'm not sure any of the contract is enforceable in law, to be quite honest. Mormon daughters are fun for sure. I haven't had the pleasure.
No kidding.
I was under the impression they were pretty chaste, but I guess not, huh?
They're just people They're just people. Like, oh, I was under the impression that Mormons are pretty chaste. Nobody is. Like, I mean, obviously people are, but there's no like particular group. It's like, oh, they're chaste. Everybody's fucked up. They're just people. That's the whole purpose of the Bible, right? Like everyone sins and falls short of the glory of God. Everybody does. It's like, boy, I heard those Mormon chicks were really chaste. No, they go through the same problems everybody else does. No, the Mormons figured out how to have their kids not fuck people, right? Like nobody else could figure it out, but the Mormons got it down. How? I don't know. It's on the golden plates. Now nobody remembers.
If you could marry and have children, would you? Yes, I would.
Okay. Talk to me about it. Tell me more. I want to know. I want to know. You know he wants to.
Still venting.
He's so vent about
Still venting.
married. Do that.
The Mormon church is worth over $100 billion. They know how to make money. That's true. That's true.
You have very dark features, sir. What? I can't see any of him. Like, it's so weird. I can't figure out why he's like, this is what we should do.
It vents for a while. Yeah, I know it vents for a while. We'll get there eventually. It smells very bacony. Let me just tell you, it smells a lot like bacon. I'm getting a lot of bacon on this. I think we'll try it without the cheddar cheese, and then maybe we'll try some with cheddar cheese and see which way it would go.
Which way we go?
The Instapot is great. I do like the Instapot. I can strongly recommend it. I use it all the time. It's great.
He uses it for cereal. He does use it all the time. All these recipes are Instapot recipes. Just about, like, except for a couple of those casseroles. It's like, I love the Instapot. I love it. It's not fun. Tons of fun.
It's wonderful for meals, especially living alone. And probably for families for that matter too, because you can cook enough for a family. You know, you can set it and forget it. You know, put it in there in the morning.
You can't cook enough for a family of Kurt's. I don't believe that at all.
You can slow cook it. Or you come home at night, you can make a meal and be ready in like an hour and a half, you know, but all right, should we take a look? See what we got?
Ew! Oh, look at it! Ah, disgusting. It looks like fucking old milk on top of beans. I know that's not what it is, but that's what it looks like. Ah, it looks disgusting. Aren't you just dying to eat that? Oh. Why would you put cream cheese in a pressure cooker? Why would you do any of, like, if you're going to put cream cheese in a pressure cooker, I guess if you're like incorporating it into the broth or something of what, I don't actually know why. Oh God, look at it. So my kids sometimes will leave, like they'll get a cup of milk and they'll drink down almost all of it, and they'll leave like this much, right? And they'll leave it overnight or whatever, and then you go up to it and it's like, it looks like that, and like it's like cheese. Smells terrible. And it's like, oh, it's foul. I could not even come close to eating whatever's in that pot. I couldn't do it because I'd just be thinking about that the whole time. It's fucking gross. Kelliam says, at least we can't see his dandruff fall into the grub with him sporting this sad shirt. His shirt is sad. I love, like, the collar is like stretched. Oh my God. Oh, the fucking ranch dust around the rim over here.
Okay, let's cut it up.
Oh God, he's gonna eat this. He doesn't see any problem with it either. That's the worst part. He's not like, this doesn't look too good. You know, like this recipe didn't turn out the way I wanted. He's like, yeah, this is great. Let's eat this now. Like as if opening that pot and seeing the massacre of, like, the souls of chefs across the world, all in unison, wailing in one collective psychic scream. He's just like, no, this is fine. In fact, this is what I wanted it to look like. Why did you dump cream cheese on top of bacon? Like, you just put two loaves of cream cheese on top of bacon. He's like, I'll just put this in the pressure cooker. It's like, why? Why would you do that? Why would the cream cheese be up there? What's the purpose of it? Like, what are you trying to do with it? How did that work? Ah! Why is it jiggly? What is happening in this video right now? Guys, I'm fucking lost. He's just chopping aimlessly at pieces of chicken that are floating in that disgusting, like hot tub filter refuse. Like, what is going on? Oh. Again, this is what it's supposed to look like to him. This is the desired outcome. All the sounds. Don't turn up your volume if you're. Nakadashi Tomodachi says, do psilocybin mushrooms show up on drug tests? I mean, there are drug tests for psilocybin and its metabolite, yes. So, I mean, those. And then the ones that don't test for it, no. Just like every drug, like there's a test for it and there are other tests that don't do it. Drug testing isn't like a unit like, oh, is there drugs? You have to have reagents for everything that you're testing for. Psilocybin has reagents that or tested for in urine, hair, nails, and blood. Oh. 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 Where'd that little piece of chicken go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? I mean, what the fuck is this supposed to be? It's drier than I thought it would be. The only liquid he put in there was the cup of wine. Or half, it was either half cup or a cup of wine. I think it was a cup. And then whatever liquid was in the, in the chicken and the cream cheese. The rest is bacon. Bacon's absurdly dry food. Cream cheese has liquid content, but like there wasn't much liquid in there at all. Oh!
All right.
Throw it on the plate. See your plate. Ah!
There it
Look at that Michelin star plating. God. Hey, Art. How's your chef hat feeling right now? God, so fucking gross. Ugh.
It is the chicken that we have been promised is finally here.
Oh, it's just chicken. These pale things that look like tomatoes, those are the bacon. That's what the bacon has been reduced to that now. Sorry. I was having a moment. I don't even know what to do with this. I don't want to see him eat it. I don't want anyone to ever eat this.
Let's try a bit. See how it goes.
Oh.
Let's give it a shot. Pretty good.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you. We got to go back and watch that bite again. He's twirling the chicken like spaghetti. What did he do? How did it come to this? How did it come to be? Why does he need to twirl his fork? Free Flyer 1978 says, "That'll do, pig. That'll do." Why does he need to wrap up the chicken like spaghetti? One more time. One more time. Ah, with the lights around him, it looks like you're about to get alien probed. And it isn't Halloween.
Let's give it a shot.
give it a shot. I spin like a fork.
Pretty good. That's pretty good.
Oh.
It definitely got a lot of bacon flavor.
I can't take it. It's definitely got a lot of bacon flavor. There's 80 fucking servings of it in there. There's 80 servings of bacon inside the fucking. There's a lot of bacon flavor in here. You think so? Oh.
Which I'm not complaining about. Really rich. Quite nice. Quite nice.
Please go on dish.
Try it with a little cheddar cheese. Add a little cheddar cheese in there. See if that really makes the dish.
Yeah, because what you needed was more dairy, more of a solidified fat. There wasn't enough of that going on in the dish already. Yeah, the breathing. It's like in a movie when someone's hiding from like the troll or the ogre or the giant or whatever, and they're like just around the they're like behind the rock, crouched there, like they got their magical cloak over them like a fucking hobbit or whatever, and it's just like the bowl is actually huge. It just looks small.
That's good too.
This also good. As he just added cheese to it. Like, yeah, it's still going to be good. Like, if you liked the first one, it wasn't going to change.
I think you can go either way. I think either with the cheddar cheese or without.
Yes, you're going to die either way eating this slop. So you can do it with cheese or without cheese. It won't matter. For your coffin will still be gross and greasy.
I have never been so disgusted watching a stream, not even when you were cracked out with powder on your nose.
It takes a lot to beat me at something, and Curtis managed it. I'm sorry, I just thought about what I said. The inside of your coffin is going to be greasy. That's disgusting. Oh. If he moves his phone back from where it is, like 6 inches or whatever, and then just angles it down a little bit, he won't have the glare from the fucking lights. and you'd be able to see him.
I recommend it. I recommend it. If you could put rice with it too.
You just throw some rice in there. Don't wantonly throw rice around. AJ, aka Abrian says, I was going to ask for another fat shaming, but after seeing this, I'm good to not eat for a week. Carazola, I just had a dream where my entire extended family found my NSFW stash, and I can confidently say this is more awful. This is so gross. It's a little tough to bear. Just throw anything in there. I know, it's like, yeah, you can put rice in there, probably some noodles. Like, so you can't tell you're twirling chicken. Why is your chicken doing that, bro?
Put on top of rice, I think would be really nice.
No, it would.
I'll avoid the rice because it's not keto friendly.
Keto people, fat keto people are wild. They are fucking wild. It's like, yep, I'm gonna avoid the rice. His dish is chicken smothered in bacon, cream cheese, and cheese. He's like, gonna avoid that rice. Yeah, those Asians notoriously fat from all the rice that they eat. It's not keto for. I got to get my ketones up. You can't have ketones because you're not starving. You need to start. You need to start starving. What are you doing? The whole bottle of wine. Yeah, wine is just pure sugar. You can't be keto with any of what Kurt just did. There may even be, I think there were carbs in the ranch packets. There's like a carb in each one.
But it's nice. I recommend it.
No, you should have an eating disorder. Everybody should get one. They're amazing.
That is a very, very nice dish. I recommend that.
No, it's not a very, very nice dish.
Cauliflower rice. That's a good call. Cauliflower rice. That's a very, very good call.
No, it isn't. No, that's a good call.
That's a very, very good call. Maybe I'll pick up some cauliflower rice.
Look at how sweaty he is. He wasn't this shiny before, was he? Like, did I miss it? I didn't think it. This man sweats walking across a room. His apartment's not big. I mean, it's a great room. So it's a combined like living room or living space and kitchen, but it's what 25 feet across, maybe. It's not a big one. He's just like glistening. Your body temp rises when you eat. I mean, a little bit. Your core temperature rises when you eat. Your extremities actually lose temperature. Oh. Oh, Lord. Like that pillar back there is his kitchen. I'm pretty sure. So he just walked from there to here. He is fucking dying.
Thank you, A. Hedinger.
The most accurate joke Family Guy ever did was when Peter called the meeting of the fat guys. And they're all just sitting there and they're just making so much noise, shuffling around like with bags of chips and breathing and just burping and, and there's just noise. That is the most accurate Family Guy thing ever. Kurt is exactly that. I knew this already. Because I've spent time with Kurt in person. Like, so I know I've experienced it. Experienced it up close. David R says, thanks. The grossest cooking video. There are other cooking videos. They're just not on Rumble.
Beat me to it by about a half step. Where did I get the recipe? Found it online.
You did not find that recipe online. I mean, to fucking kill me. Just somebody.
Get a cauliflower and grate it. That worked too.
Put in that little box cutter you have, just cauliflower. Art says, what does he smell like in person? I'm guessing sour chicken broth. You're not far off. Like it. He does not smell pleasant. That's a weird thing. I don't like, you know.
All right.
Stop.
So I think what we need to do now is we need to switch back to the computer.
Why?
And we need to do some script writing for Nate, because I promised I would, and I want to get him something. So I think we'll switch back to the computer. So I'll start a new stream. Be our third one for the day.
That sly smile. I've done 3 streams today. How many have you done? I don't even know how to make that face. Like I haven't solved enough Rubik's cubes to make that face. He is all over that nose today.
Okay, script for U.S. Soccer Appeal collab with Nate. All right, so let's start a new stream.
I want to watch
I
that
will not do
stream.
monetization for the stream.
Him watching or him writing a script. That's going to be such a fucking terrible
I'll set
stream.
it public. I'll set it public for right now. All right, so there's a new stream up. There's a new stream. New stream up. So, yeah, go over there. We're gonna work on script writing a little bit, and maybe we'll take some suggestions from the chat. Appreciate everyone who's here for cooking time. I had fun. I hope you had fun.
Oh, I get it. I can hear him stabbing the chicken. Just
This worked out very, very well. A lot of ranch. Probably could use less ranch. Probably is okay with 1 packet.
Now he's starting to realize that he made something fucking gross. You know how much was too much ranch? Any. Look, I'm not even shitting on chicken bacon ranch stuff, but how much ranch powder was too much ranch for this dish? Any amount of it was too much. You shouldn't have had ranch in there. You know what? And you shouldn't have cooked it in a pressure cooker. In fact, you should have done something else. Anything else than what you did would have probably been better. You know, if you seared off the chicken breasts and then you cook them and put them over rice with, like a nice mixture of onions, bell peppers, celery, maybe, and garlic. that'd be great. Like if you did that, if you added onions, bell pepper, celery, and rice to garlic, or onions, bell pepper, celery, and garlic to rice, and then you sear off the chicken and then you bake it in an oven and like cover it up, and so then the rice cooks, right? And you add some chicken stock instead of water to cook the rice, and so then the rice cooks, the vegetables incorporate like themselves nicely into the rice, the chicken cooks in the oven with it, and you seared it off so you can cover it up and you don't have to worry about the chicken having to get brown because you already took care of that. And then what you end up with is like chicken and rice, which is really good. Like it's a really easy dish. It's really delicious. And, it takes less time than the pressure cooker. Like he's like, the pressure cooker is so convenient. That took a fucking hour to cook. That's not convenient. You can roast a chicken in 40 minutes. Like you don't need an hour to cook chicken ever. But it took an hour and is like, fucking gross.
Not that it's horrible. It's just a little much, maybe. If you like ranch, though, it'd be good. So it's very ranch heavy if you like that kind of thing. All right.
No.
I'm going to head out. I'm going to start the stream. I'll see you in a second. Till later, my friends. Cheers. Goodbye.
Oh, there it went. There it went. God, look at these Rumble views. Like just, I mean, I can see why he stopped posting to Rumble. Now I'm just stuck like looking through these videos. Like, look at these thumbnails. What are these? These are just pictures that he took from Google or whatever. These are better though. What is it? What are these AI images? These are terrible. They're only a year ago. These are like, this is okay. I'm sorry. I use AI for thumbnails, so I feel like I can't criticize them, but these are terrible. What is this stuff? Like anime thumbnails? I don't get it. What is he doing? Simplified Julie. I will cook with you. Trump boxing, very creative. I don't know, man. These are a bunch of shorts. These are probably syndicated, auto-uploaded from YouTube. The Whopper size scandal deepens. Okay. Please return my balls. Transgender versus plea. That's a good titled video. That should have way more views. That's fucking funny. Oh, man. What is this? What is this? What are these pictures? Legal News Roundup. He just has some chick in a skirt suit? Like, what the fuck is going on? Ken Paxton, not guilty. People should have known, like myself included, should have known that Ken Paxton would be not guilty. She hired a hitman for a 3-year-old. That's sad. Like, you should just do it yourself at that point. I'm not saying you should kill your 3-year-old. I'm just saying if you're gonna, like, why hire? It's like door dashing food to your house that you have to cook. That's terrible. Man, it's 87 pages of content, and I don't want to watch any of it because it's not cooking. Head broke into a house to escape goat. 500-pound leg press for reps. Okay, hold on. Hold on now. Okay, fat guys are always like, look at how hard I can leg press. Like, I can do this, all this weight. Yes, you stand up. We can see. Like, you stand up every day, so we know that you can leg press 500 fucking pounds. Hold on, we're starting this over. It's only a minute long. Look. He's got the sunglasses on. I wear my sunglasses at night. He's in, this is a great outfit. Very gray. He's got shoes on. I don't know if he's wearing socks. His ankles have stretched the opening of the shoes. Did you see all the lines? All the lines that... Oh, hold on. You can see the contours of all the different pockets of fat. His ass cheeks go way up here. Oh my God. Where? I don't even know where his waistline is. Like, is it up above this? Is that ass fat or back fat? Is it both? What is this anatomy? The anatomy of very large people is fascinating because it's like that doesn't look like a people part. Yeah. Fuck, he's locking out his knees like that? What are you doing? Okay, on a leg press, you don't want to extend your knees out to a full extension, because if you hyperextend and all that weight comes back, your legs can fold up on you. You don't want to do that. He makes the same noises stirring chicken as he does leg pressing 500 pounds. Now he's going to leg press 600 pounds. Look at how long it takes you to get out of it.
That's how it's done, yo. That's how it's done, baby.
Jim thought Kurt is surprisingly hilarious. Like, that's how it's done. He's got the sunglasses on because he's outside. Like, what's happening with the sun? Why are you wearing those? Gosh, it's amazing. the shit he makes is so fucking funny to me. I'm the greatest teacher of law ever. I think he's probably talking about this. Look at the Hello Houston update from Anime Matsuri. Oh, look at this. Yes. You see what's in the thumbnail? He's at my table.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome back to
the best backdrop he's ever had on any show ever.
Civil Law. We're here from Anime Matsuri, and I just want to talk to you a little bit from the convention center floor. So I'm just hanging out in the Nick Rekieta booth, as you can see here at Anime Matsuri. Hang out. I've got a little booth here for Camelot. Some other people here. Then we got Cecil Says Nerd Erotic.
This is like really early at the convention because no one's at their tables and everything's a fucking disaster, I guess.
Cast, Friday Night Tights, all kinds of stuff. They're not here right now as much, but they've been floating around. Drex is here.
Oh man, so no, it's not early on in the convention. This has been later in the convention if Drex is there.
Rekieta's here, his wife is here, Aussie is here, Legal Vices is here. Nate hasn't shown up yet.
R.I.P. Jeff. You're very, very missed.
So I guess he'll be coming tomorrow. So that's cool. Also, I'd just like to say that Houston is really, really humid. People talk about how humid it is, but if anything, they undersell it. I was looking at some apartments today and the possible idea of moving out here, and I thought I was going to die.
Yeah, Houston is humid. It's the most humid. There's nothing like it.
Because, I need to be able to breathe air, and I thought maybe I was drowning, and the drowning is
Spoiler alert, he would move to Houston. He did.
Not good for the breathing. This is a problem in my life. So I'm having second thoughts on the whole idea of moving out to Houston. I'm not lying. I'm having second.
Jono says still sweating too much, even accounting for humidity. Oh, to be clear, the atmosphere at Matsuri is very nice. It's very comfortable. The George R. Brown Convention Center is well air conditioned, and it's very comfortable in there.
Thoughts on the whole thing, because if it's like this all the time, I'm like, maybe Houston isn't the right thing for me. So I'm reconsidering.
Radimus Prime says laughs in Jersey where it's literally 94% humidity here, Nick. In Houston, you have 100-degree days with 100% humidity with frequency. There is nothing like it, man.
Considering that whole idea, and maybe I'll move to Dallas Fort Worth instead, and that would be better. So we'll see. It is, yeah. But anyways, I've met a couple people today. Not as many people on the floor here. Camelot's coming this way as we speak. See if,
Camelot's always coming this way.
Met a couple people, met some fans, checking a couple hands already. Legal Vices and Aussie and I went out last night for steaks. It was great.
Was it great?
All the rest of it. How's it going, Camelot?
Shows in like an hour.
Yeah, I'm just trying to kill time. Yeah, we're doing a little comedy show in an hour. Chrissy is doing a stand-up comedy thing in an hour. So basically, we're just kind of killing time right now on the floor until then. So, and then I'm thinking about going to bed. So
I was up so late that night.
So yeah, all that stuff is happening. But let's just show you like the floor a little bit, just to show what's going on. So there's Camelot in all of his glory. Camelot says hi. You can see like the floor over here. Like there's not as many people out here right now as you can see. But we'll walk around a little bit. So
this is towards the end of the evening. So the convention's probably closing down. If Chrissy's show's coming up in an hour.
you have to deal with the image stabilization issues. But just to give you an idea of the space here, it's a huge convention hall.
And there's Drex right here, towering over everybody.
There's Drex. Drex says hi. Drex also says I'm cool, guys. So you can see, like, you know, he's got these huge booths here. And then it just goes on for rows and rows and rows and rows, right? So it's like, this is 200, 400, 600, and then I can see 2,200 there in the distance. You got some lightsabers over here. If you want to buy some lightsabers, that's cool. Get
the two lightsaber booths at Matsuri hate each other. It's really fucking funny. Rock the Casbah says Drex is 6'9", right? No, Drex is, according to him, 6'6". I always thought he was 6'8" or something, but he says he's 6'6".
some random anime clothing.
Or 6'7", I don't know.
If you're into that kind of thing.
Why is your
everything you could possibly want in life and more. Anime for all. Yeah, they did put us way in the corner. They put us way in the corner, but that's okay. Last year we were in the other corner.
You are not there. Like, you were there, but you're not there. Right? We were. We weren't. We were. You showed up.
So that's fine. A lot of people cosplaying as various things out here.
Oh, does that happen?
Oh, yep.
What's that sound? Movement.
There will be a lot more people here tomorrow. Not as many people here today. If you want some skateboard stuff, I guess you got your anime skateboards. T-shirts, apparel.
Why doesn't he turn on the image stabilization on on his phone? Why didn't he do that?
Watch me get copyrighted claimed on this stuff. That'll be good.
Must be fine.
Get some swords here. I might get a sword. That could be cool.
Nope.
Maybe I'll get a katana. That'd be cool.
Won't be cool.
What do you think? Which sword is best sword for uncivil?
Just shove your katana into your pressure cooker and chop up your chicken. Fucking like it. Don't get a sword. Cherokee girl, it's really busy, just not at this time.
I might get a sword. That could be cool. Anyways, so just wanted to give you like brief tour of the space. Like, I don't want to walk the whole thing, but just give you a little.
He barely walked any of. He's like, I don't want to walk the whole thing. You walked like 3% of Matsuri. It's fucking huge.
A brief tour of sort of the space and what we're talking about over here. So, you know, lots of vendors, lots of Japanese stuff and various iterations of things. So it's all cool. So. Yeah. So if you're here, look for the guy in the cool hat.
Where? I was kind of wondering if I would show up in his video. And then I didn't.
All right. I'm going to sign off for now. I just wanted to say hi and give you an update. I'll be here. My working plan right now is to be here tomorrow. And I may not be here Sunday. So, yeah. So we'll see how that all goes out. Oh, here's good people. Yeah, Be The Match. Great organization. I love your guys' work. Can you talk to us a little bit about what Be The Match does? Because I know a little bit about you, but you know, one of our channel members was really sick and needed bone marrow transplant, and so Maybe you could just talk a little bit about what your organization does.
So basically, what we're doing is just creating registration for people to come in and offer to donate potentially in the future their stem cells for different types of cancers, particularly blood cancer, so leukemia, stuff like that.
Yeah.
And it's not 100% guaranteed, that's the thing, because getting an exact match with stem cells is extremely difficult. But
It is so hard to hear this guy.
if we do think you're a match with someone, we'll text, we'll call you, or text you, or email you. We'll contact you anytime we can. We'll let you know, and then from there we continue to see you. We'll do more testing to see if you are a match, and if it turns out you are, we'll fly you in, or just pay for your travel. We pay for everything, right? Whether it be your work wages, your child care.
Because it says right here, we cover 100% of donors' expenses.
Yeah.
Medical, transportation, personal, professional. So you can be a bone marrow transplant for people with leukemia.
Wait, he say bone marrow transplanter for people with leukemia? I'm pretty sure that, hold on. I got to re-listen to that because I'm pretty sure that's what he said.
Pay for everything, right? Whether it be your work wages, your child care.
Because it says right here, we cover 100% of donors' expenses.
Yeah.
Medical, transportation, personal, professional. So you can be a bone marrow transplant for people with leukemia.
A bone marrow transplanter for people with leukemia.
Leukemia, lymphoma, pancreatic cancer, and other things that need bone marrow transplants. So
after this is done, after this video is done, I gotta be done. So just letting you guys know, there's 40 seconds left.
Right. Yeah, for sure. Thank you so much. So yeah, trying to do some charitable work here as well, trying to make sure that,
You're not doing charitable work? What are you talking about? He's like, we're trying to do some charitable work. What's all this wee shit?
You should absolutely sign up for that because you never know, one of our members, needed a bone marrow transplant. And, so we encourage people to sign up for things like that because you never know. You might be.
His dandruff spots are making an appearance every now and then. It's nice.
You might be the cure for somebody. So, all that good stuff. So
maybe the cure.
Anyways, I'm going to sign off for now. I've been on Civil Law. I hope you're well. Until later, my friends. Have a great one and bye.
Right there. That's the ending screen of your dreams. Okay. All right, guys. Well, it's it's been a blast. I hope you enjoyed the little mix of we had some Trump news, fake news, not real, not even close. I've never even been able to write anything in my life. We had the Trump news first, and then of course we moved into a little bit of analysis of my anti-SLAPP motion that was looming over Montigraph before he withdrew his case, withdrew from the case and closed it out. So then we went into cooking with Kurt, which I've been waiting since the last video. I wanted to finish that. And I was really disappointed up until he started spinning the chicken on his fork. Then it was like, I can't. Yep. And the reveal, the initial reveal is so fucking disgusting. Anyway, it was a blast. I believe I will have a stream tomorrow night. I don't think I have anything going on tomorrow night that would prevent it, but I don't know for sure. So I'm planning on it, but don't ever quote me. It's never a good idea. That said, thanks for hanging out, guys. Always a pleasure. See you soon. Peace. Peace. And the stream. Oh, play the outro and end the stream. Steve C. Thanks, brother. Much appreciated. It took too long, but it's done.
he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some law-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an art bag, a bow, more of the frog. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dundee to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have